Let's get it. Welcome, Cowboy fans, Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. Again, not going to do the screen intro. We're going to get right into it these first few minutes as people get ready to come in. Got a lot of things to cover today. I say a lot, but I feel like we got a lot of things to cover today. We're going to talk briefly about that Seahawks-Bears game last night. Man, I'm sorry. I think watching paint dry would have been more exciting than that game. We're going to talk about some things surrounding this Dallas Cowboys game, this Jalen Hurts issue, CeeDee Lamb issue. We're going to run through some team comparisons, and then we'll run through some things that are on Athlon Sports. What's going on, Jared? What's going on, LaQueen? Always something going on with the Dallas Cowboys. Talk some about the mentality of this team. Still concerned about this team's mentality. But overall, it's going to be a very, very, very good game. I believe because it has been equalized because of what's going on with Jalen Hurts and CeeDee Lamb. What's going on with Jalen Hurts and CeeDee Lamb is going to make the game be that much more exciting. But at the end of the day, Cowboys aren't playing for anything. But I will talk a little bit about the psyche that I think is also going into some of the decision making of some of the things that we're watching. I think there are some things that are influencing some decisions. And I'm going to talk about that, especially as it pertains to CeeDee Lamb and his decision. Right. So let's get started here. Whether we get 11 or we get 1,100 or 11,000, we're going to still have a conversation about football and our beloved Dallas Cowboys. And so I want to talk briefly about the Seattle Seahawks and the Chicago Bears last night. Oh, man. How does a game be 6-3? How does a game be 6-3? You're not playing in the snow. The rain wasn't just terrible. And both of these teams could only muster 9 points combined. The NFL is going to have to work on this part. I don't know what they can do. I think the NFL is going to have to work on this part. What's going on, Nisi? Merry Christmas to you, too. Some's going to have to... I don't really know what they can do about this. What's going on, P? Is that P-Funk? What's going on, P-Funk? Richard Owens, what's going on? The NFL is really going to have to work on this part of the season. I really don't know what they can do. Because as you get within the last 4 games, the games are really not interesting. They're not interesting. What's going on? Please appreciate your P-Funk. Keep up the good work. Yes, sir. The games are really not that interesting. Simply because when you get down to this, if there's not enough parity, then all the games, they get a little boring. The Chicago Bears, absolutely nothing to play for. The Seattle Seahawks, they have something to play for, but, you could have fooled me with the way they were playing last night, and I'm pretty sure after last night, the Seattle Seahawks have pretty much played them, and they're still showing up here. Okay, so last night, what it is, they went in at 8-7. So they're 9-7 now. They have the number 8 spot. And so we're watching a battle between the Rams and the Seahawks in a sense. It looks like the Seahawks still have 2 more games left. And the Rams have, it looks like 3 more games left. Let me see here. They're obviously getting ready to cram in a lot of games here towards the end. But I'm telling you, that game last night, I mean, it was absolutely atrocious. I just don't know what the NFL can do, but that game, and this is really what happens when you get towards the end of the season. I mean, it just basically boils down to that there's just not you're not really playing, depending upon what your division looks like, you're just not playing good competition. And for the Seahawks, they were not playing good competition, but they didn't look like much competition themselves. They didn't look worth absolute nothing themselves. Absolutely nothing. It looks like the Rams only have 2 games left. Okay, so they got 2 games left. Looks like maybe this site hadn't updated right. So they have 2 games left. Arizona Cardinals, they'll win that. And then the Seattle Seahawks probably won't matter if they win that. Seattle Seahawks, I mean, they inked that game out last night. And with the way they played, I don't see who they could beat. I really don't see who they could beat next. I mean, they look terrible. They can't beat the Rams. There is no way they can beat the Rams looking the way they looked last night. I mean, just brutal. Just brutal. I mean, that game was absolutely terrible. I do think that the NFL may need to start making a decision in the last quarter of the season. Maybe you need to flex teams out of those Thursday night games too. Flex meaningless, and I don't want to say meaningless, but flex out games like the Eagles and the Cowboys. They flexed them out of the 3 o'clock spot. Well, flex the Chicago Bears and the Seahawks. I mean, because everyone knew, I mean, the Minnesota Vikings looked absolutely, the Chicago Bears are terrible right now. They're absolutely terrible. So just go ahead and flex them out, man. Just flex them out. Okay, I'm sorry. So the Seahawks only have 1 more game left. That'll be the Rams. And the Rams have 2 more games left. Okay, that's what it is. The Rams have 2 more games left. So the Rams need to beat the Rams need to beat, or actually need to win out. The Rams need to win out. They need to beat the Cardinals, and they need to beat the Seattle Seahawks. So it's going to be a fight to the finish, but I just can't see the Seahawks. I mean, I'm sorry. If the Rams mess around and fumble this bag, because surely they can beat the Cardinals. And the way the Seahawks looked last night, oh, man, they better beat the Seahawks. But either way, neither one of these teams are going to give any of the top teams any competition whatsoever. If the Rams take care of business, I believe the Rams will take care of business also in the last game against the Seattle Seahawks. But 6-3? I just can't get over 6-3. Geno Smith was 17 of 23, 160 yards. Caleb Williams was 16 of 28, 122 yards. I mean, have we seen a worse game this season? I don't know if there's been one game that bad. That game was terrible. What's going on, Demetrius Adams? That game last night was absolutely terrible. Wilson Santiago, what's going on? Freddie, what's going on? The game was just terrible. I don't know any other way to describe it. I mean, the game was literally absolutely terrible, man. Terrible. The NFL ought to be embarrassed with what they put on. And so I really do think they got to figure out something towards the end, because once teams clinch, and I think this is what they tried to do by putting all the divisional games at the end. What's going on, Jay Recruiter? Jay Recruiter said it was an epic defensive battle, man. I don't know what it was, but it was terrible to me. I really think they need to figure out a way that when they get towards the end, and one of the problems is they tried to put the divisional games at the end because they feel like it'll make the games more exciting. But the problem is, when you get certain teams in the division, where like in our division, it was kind of us and the Giants, but we've kind of turned it on towards the end. But the Giants are terrible. So any team that plays the Giants down the end, any one of the divisional games, who wants to watch that? Those games right there need to be flexed out. Just flex those out and try to get the teams that are really playing for something. Mills 36 says, play defense and Cooper Rush. Don't lose this game. Simple game plan for the Cowboys this week. Yeah, we're going to look at that here in just a moment. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on with this game this week. Jared said that it reminded me a lot of the 07 Steelers-Dolphin games that was 3-0. Oh, okay. Man, I'm telling you, woo. Man. And to me, it wasn't as much defense as just offensive blunders. I mean, just a lot of bad play. But you know what? This happened also a couple of weeks against the 49er game. I can't remember if it was a Sunday night or Monday night or something. But the inclement weather really played a part in the game. And I think because it was raining, I guess they couldn't really throw in complete passes. So, yeah, that's the one. The Rams and the 49ers. It was 12-6, and it was raining that night too. And so, oh, man, it was terrible. It was terrible. And the bad thing is, guys, we're going to have to accept the facts. Football is getting ready to be over. When you start seeing these types of games towards the end, you know football is getting ready to be over. The teams that are in the playoffs are getting ready for the playoffs. They're putting themselves in playoff mode, or they're now just jockeying for seeds. And so those are those games are going to be exciting when you watch them. But other than those, I mean, it is what it is. So there will be a lot of boring games over the next 2 weeks because there are just games that they're not playing for absolutely nothing. They're just playing for pride, playing for, just trying to go into the offseason on a winning note. And so that's pretty much all you're going to be seeing from teams going forward. But let's get into this. Cowboys-Eagles thing. There are some interesting developments in this Dallas Cowboy Philadelphia Eagle matchup. And I think the interesting development is Jalen Hurts is not going to play. That is the biggest news in this game. Because in essence, what happens by Jalen Hurts not playing in this game, it equalizes this game to a degree. Well, I would say it equalizes. We're going to look at it. But I think the problem is even though Jalen Hurts is not playing, but what brings this game back into where it was before is the fact that CeeDee Lamb is not playing. CeeDee Lamb is not playing. And I made a video about this thing with CeeDee Lamb because these players are really odd. It all depends on who they are. There are always things that are going on. But I realize something now about the Cowboys. I didn't think this was actually true, but now I'm realizing it's true. The Cowboys must have really thought they were going to the playoffs. I think the Cowboys really thought they were going to the playoffs. And, we can do all the coulda, woulda, shoulda, and ifs, because if was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. But the crazy thing is, with everything the way that it's went down, just imagine if the Cowboys had not lost to the Bengals, Jalen Hurts goes down, and they would be undefeated, or not undefeated, but they would be going into this game, going into this game with no losses. I mean, they actually would be seriously in the playoff hunt. So the Washington Commanders beating who the Commanders beat? Oh, they beat the Eagles. The Commanders beating the Eagles, it really changed the whole complexity of the remainder of the Cowboys season, because CeeDee Lamb was talking about pain threshold, contributing to the team, trying to play for the guys. So now it leads me to believe he was playing because he thought they were going to the playoffs, number one. Number two, he was playing because he got his 1,000 yards. He's now, 4 out of 5 years. He's in rare air. Michael Irvin and all these things with the 1,000-yard seasons, 4 seasons in a row, and a 1,000-yard season 4 out of the first 5 years. So CeeDee Lamb is in rare air. And so with that out of the way, and with the Cowboys out of it, somebody finally said, okay, now we can shut CeeDee Lamb down. Because the reality is there is absolutely nothing to play for now. But it's strange to me because I never felt like there was anything to play for. And I'm not saying not anything to play for CeeDee Lamb. I just didn't think the odds were good enough for the Cowboys to go to the playoffs, especially after the Cincinnati Bengals loss. And even without that, I just didn't think the odds were good enough. And I think CeeDee Lamb should have shut it down before then. But I understand how they do a lot of this stuff. And so he wanted to make sure he got his stats, his yards, these records, because that's historical. That's his legacy. You wind up winning a Super Bowl or two, and all this goes into your Hall of Fame bidding. And then we get Jalen Hurts, of course. And Jalen Hurts has been ruled out because of a concussion. And it's absolutely crazy because this is really an important game for the Philadelphia Eagles. But I'll tell you something else that I think is strange. I also think the Eagles, because they lost to the Commanders, I think they have conceded that they're probably not going to get the number 1 seed. I think they've kind of conceded that they're probably not going to be able to get the number 1 seed. They might be able to slide into the 2, depending upon what happens with the Vikings, but they cannot. It looks like they cannot get the number 1 seed. They cannot get it. And I think they've realized as much. Yeah, I think they've realized as much. It's going to be, it's a couple of things. Okay, so they have the number 2 seed. I'm sorry. They can't get the number 1 seed. That is the issue. I don't think they can get the number 1 seed now. Because even when they were tied with the Lions, they couldn't get the number 1 seed. They got the 2. It looks like they got the 2 pretty much wrapped up. They got the 2 pretty much wrapped up, but they cannot get the number 1 seed. They cannot get the number 1 seed unless the Eagles lose 2 and they win 2, if I'm not mistaken. Because even when they were tied, the Eagles were still the number 2 seed. And I think they may have conceded that they were pretty much going to be relegated to the number 2 seed. So it looks like they pretty much have the number 2 seed. Looks like they're going to have the number 2 seed wrapped up. And so they will be hosting the 7th seed, which will be the Commanders. So they're going to wind up getting that rematch right back if the Commanders can take care of business against the Falcons, because if the Commanders take care of business against the Falcons, I mean, it's pretty much a wrap. The Commanders, I think they're pretty much locked for the most part, more likely than not. But it looks like it'll probably be the Eagles and the Commanders, and I don't think the Eagles can get past number 2 because of the loss against the Commanders, and I think they've conceded that. And I don't know. I just have when you start dealing with these injuries and stuff, and then you see stuff that happens, for some reason, it just seems like those things play a part in decisions that get made by teams and players. And so, for sure, the Cowboys being out the playoffs, CeeDee Lamb said enough was enough. No more point in playing. No more point in risking further injury. And I told y'all before this, I was talking about it this week, because I just don't think CeeDee Lamb, especially with nothing on the line, this would have been a ridiculous game for CeeDee Lamb to play. Because I am telling y'all, and we're going to look at it in a moment, this doggone Eagles defense is the real deal. See, a lot of people have been talking about Saquon Barkley, and he's the reason why they're winning. I'm about to show y'all something. Now, the Philadelphia Eagles are actually more than Saquon Barkley. They're more than Saquon Barkley. Let me read a few more of your comments. Mills 36 says, Kenny Pickett, he'll give you some action defense because he'll give you some action defense, be opportunistic. Well, I tell you this, I think one of the reasons why they're going to have some chances against Kenny Pickett, and I actually like this about Kenny Pickett is aggressive. See, he doesn't have what Jalen Hurts has. Jalen Hurts has wheels. Kenny Pickett don't have wheels. Kenny Pickett is a lot more willing to go downtown, and I think that this may be a blessing and a curse for the Cowboys, because the Philadelphia Eagles actually have more than one wide receiver. They actually have 2 bona fide receivers. I mean, they literally have a 1, and a 1. You can say they actually have a 1A and a 1B. Devontae Smith is really, really good. I would actually put him above a number 2. I would put him as he could literally be a number 1 for another team. He's a small guy, fast, good hands. And so Kenny Pickett hadn't played last week. If he got his head together and he's not injured, you watch what I tell you. He'll look a lot different this week. He'll look a lot different this week. And Kellen Moore will now have a week with Kenny Pickett, and he will now use what Kenny Pickett is best at. And Kellen Moore and Kenny Pickett, you watch what I tell you, they will look a lot different than when they looked when Kenny Pickett had to come in for Jalen Hurts. Mills said, this is ridiculous. The Commanders still can win the division. Make it make sense. You can go from the 2 seed to the 7 in a few weeks. Yeah. I mean, you think about it, the Commanders, at the end of the day, the Commanders have taken care of business. The Commanders have taken care of business. They really have. They've just literally taken care of business. There's no other way to slice it. They had a couple of hiccups, but for the most part, they're 10-5. And they have put themselves in position to pass, which I don't think is going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen, but they have themselves in position. Jared said Cooper Rush now has less of an excuse to not perform. It's backup versus backup now, more even. Go out there and perform with that and get that W. Well, we're going to talk about that in just a moment. Philly will run the game. Yep, we're going to talk about that in a moment too. Cowboys can win this thing 10-3, 10-6. Yep, going to talk about that too, because I think that's what it's going to take. CD was hurt since the Washington game. Yes. And I think he was playing they thought they had a chance at the playoffs and playing for that 1,000 yards. These guys do that stuff. Freddie said there's a rumor going around the NFL office called Jerry and forced him to sit CD because they don't want for the boys to blow out the Eagles in case the boys go ahead in the game. I hadn't heard that one, but I'll be honest with you. I don't think with we're not good enough not only in my estimation, but everything I've seen. We were not good enough to beat the Eagles' full strength. But I even say with CeeDee Lamb, and I'm going to talk about that in just a moment, Freddie. I don't know about the NFL office call, but even without Jalen Hurts, I'm going to show y'all something. We have to stop thinking the Philadelphia Eagles. It's the same thing about the Cowboys. And at least Cooper Rush is admitting this. I've been watching some stuff that Cooper Rush has been talking about. And unlike the folk who talk around him, Cooper Rush isn't talking the same. Cooper Rush knows why they're winning. It's the defense. The defense. The running game. They've had some plays go their way. Cooper Rush is realizing this. Because the way we've been winning games, when you get to the Eagles and their full strength, that way of winning is not sustainable. We scored 3 points in the Tampa Bay game. The offense was atrocious in the second half. The Cincinnati Bengal game, midway through the fourth quarter, Mike McCarthy went pass happy. We collapsed again. And that's one of the reasons why. It's not the Amani play that got us. It's the fact that the offense was already going downhill in that fourth quarter. The way we play offense is not sustainable against the really good teams. It's just not sustainable. And so the way we've been winning is defense and all of these things. And so when you look at the Eagles, people think it's just Saquon Barkley. No, the Eagles are a complete team. Their defense is really, really good. And I mean, their defense is really, really good. And so even without Jalen Hurts, you watch what I tell you. Y'all thought we only scored 6 points the first time. We're going to have a very hard time with this team because not only is this defense really, really good, they're going to be they're going to be just like we are. They're going to understand they have Kenny Pickett. And so in their minds, not only do they need to stop the Cowboys, but in their minds, we need to not only stop them, but we need to find a way to score on defense. Can we get a pick? Can we get a strip sack fumble? What can we do to manufacture points? And when you look at that doggone Eagle defense, I'm going to show you here in just a moment. Let me read a couple more of your comments, then we're going to get right back to it. Keely Boy says, I hope the Cowboys finally run some plays for Flanoy and Mingo now that CeeDee Lamb's out. They're not going to have a choice. They're not going to have a choice, Keely Boy. They're not going to have a choice. You know what? And Tolbert has a pinky finger issue. I'm going to be really interested to see how do they manufacture offense in this game. I'm really going to be interested to see because, see, when CeeDee Lamb is on the field, he's commanding double coverage. So that allows some other things to be open. The Kevontae Turpin things, like the one-on-one with Kevontae Turpin, or you're getting, because you think about it. I'm going to read you some insights later on about Cooper Rush, about how good he's been against man-to-man. Well, why do we think he's getting a lot of man-to-man? He's getting a lot of man-to-man because teams are dedicating resources to CeeDee Lamb. They're dedicating resources to CeeDee Lamb, which is leaving other receivers one-on-one. But without CeeDee Lamb playing, defenses get to play the Dallas Cowboys totally different now. I mean, if they want to go man-to-man, they can truly go man-to-man now because what wide receiver do they have that would require a double? CeeDee Lamb has not been getting that man-to-man coverage, but they've been going man-to-man across the board with the exception of CeeDee Lamb. So it's going to be different. We're going to see what they do. Needs to say that Mike McCarthy isn't extended or has a low-key offer from Jerry. Russ will throw 50 times. Well, let me go even deeper into the CeeDee Lamb conversation, because this is exactly what I talked about in the video. CeeDee Lamb sitting out, Nisi, tells me something else. The Cowboys have decided there's nothing else we need to see from Mike McCarthy. I don't know whether that means good or bad, but they don't need to see anything else from Mike McCarthy. And that's one of the reasons why I was questioning what Bobby Belt was talking about. But now I'm realizing maybe Bobby Belt was right. Bobby Belt said, and I'll see if I can pull up the video. Bobby Belt said something, and I said, well, I'm going to push back on Bobby Belt on that. I said I was going to give Mike McCarthy the benefit of the doubt, because I thought maybe they figured that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers knew they were going to run. So rather than run the ball, Mike McCarthy said, we'll throw it because we know they think we're going to run it. I mean, I gave him the benefit of the doubt, but what Bobby Belt said on 105.3 The Fan, he said it seemed to him, based on everything the Cowboys had ran the whole season, he said it appeared to him that Mike McCarthy had basically said, well, now that there's nothing to play for, or whatever the case may be, I'm just going to go out here and do it my way now, and do it the way I want to do it. So, Nisi, you're on to something, because if there's truly nothing else left to play for, as in now even the Joneses are saying, we don't need to see anything else from Mike McCarthy. We're going to make our decision based on what we've seen after the Buccaneer loss, because that's another reason for me why I'm like, okay, now they're sitting CeeDee Lamb down, because it doesn't matter anymore. There's no playoff at stake. There's no playoff at stake. There's no records at stake. He's already got what he needed. So it would clearly only be now playing for pride and just playing to win. Well, I was saying this before and people thought I was crazy. That's not good enough reason to play an injured player like CeeDee Lamb. You have a huge investment in CeeDee Lamb. Winning with nothing at stake is not a good enough reason to be playing a player that you're risking even further injury. We're not talking about if he's healthy, but he's clearly not healthy. So what would be the reason in playing? And another reason is, it seems to me the Joneses may have seen everything they need to see as it pertains to Mike McCarthy. And so you might see again that Mike McCarthy comes out and tries to flex his newfound confidence in Cooper Rush and says, we're going to throw the ball against the Eagles too. Let me cue this up. So I got queued up, and I'm going to let you hear Bobby Belt again, because this is kind of what Nisi is speaking to also. I'm going to let you hear Bobby Belt again. And I was kind of like, nah, I think maybe this was strategy by Mike McCarthy. Now I'm kind of rethinking this. Listen to Bobby Belt.
Who went to Stanford. I look at that, all these different aspects of it, and it's like, what is McCarthy doing? This to me looked like, and it looked really obvious early on that, okay, this is different. This is different than what they've run this year. And so now I'm starting to ask myself, when you go out there and the playoffs are out now, you're done. You've been eliminated. When you go out there and run the offense looking like this, that to me says you're going out your way. You're going down swinging. And you're going out there to say, this is what my offense looks like. This is what I wanted to do. We had to run the ball. We were trying to do different things. We couldn't take the risks. But now that everything's on the table, it is what it is. We're running the offense the way I want to run it.
Is there a chance they just saw something in Tampa that they want to exploit?
I don't think so, because it was the same concepts defensively that Carolina ran, and you didn't run it that way. Carolina and
maybe they saw something in the Carolina game that they could have exploited.
But I mean, they did take advantage of Carolina. They had success beating Carolina, running the ball and doing different things with the passing attack. Like, I mean, Rush had 3 touchdowns against Carolina. Mm-hmm. And so you watch this game yesterday and it's like, man, this looks much more similar to what McCarthy's classical West Coast offense has always been. And it makes me wonder, all right, is this him saying, I know that as of now, I'm not coming back, and so I need to just do things my way over the last 3 weeks to try and save my job? Or is it him saying, I know I'm gone, and I need to put this portfolio together to show to other teams that says, hey, most of the year I wasn't able to do what I wanted. You saw what happened. As soon as we got eliminated, I put this out there, and you saw the success we had, and this is what it is. Because this was a different offense that was being run yesterday.
It's possible. It's possible.
I didn't believe it at first. I was just kind of like, this is good strategy. But y'all think about the chain of events that happened after the Cowboys are eliminated. I mean, they're eliminated last Sunday. I mean, I got the video, and you'll see it tonight. Because Jerry even went as far to say, because they actually asked Jerry, they said, hey, sitting down CeeDee Lamb, he's like, are y'all going to sit him down or leave it up to the player? And they said, well, we'll leave it up to the player. And then they came out 2 days later and they said they're shutting CeeDee Lamb down for the remainder of the season. And I'm finding it hard to believe, or it could have happened, but I'm finding it hard to believe that they went and saw something in x-rays that they didn't see before, especially when it's being said that CeeDee Lamb's not going to need surgery. So it seems to me there's nothing left to play for. And so again, Nisi, I will not be surprised. I think it'll be ill-advised, but I wouldn't be surprised if he just rolls out there and start trying to throw it all over the yard again, which is going to be very detrimental for the Cowboys. Andre, what's going on? Barkley will win the MVP if he breaks the rushing record. You know what? I would say he's going to break it. But Mike Zimmer, in their first outing, held Saquon Barkley to 64 yards. See, Zimmer is going to have the same game plan that I imagine the Eagles are going to have. The game plan for the Cowboys is going to be simple. Stop Saquon Barkley. Stop Saquon Barkley. Because there's no Jalen Hurts. And if you think about the first outing, what killed him, and I'm laughing, is he isn't the only thing that killed him. The reality is what killed him is we're still, and I say as in we, some of the fan base, they're not considering what killed us the first time was their defense. Their defense flat out got after Cooper Rush. They got after Cooper Rush. Cooper Rush had 42 yards. This is the second time that Cooper Rush has faced the Philadelphia Eagles defense, and he crumbled. And this is one of the reasons why I keep trying to help people to understand. Cooper Rush. And even when they asked Jerry Jones about Cooper Rush this week, I was so glad the way Jerry Jones talked about Cooper Rush. Bobby Belt asked him, he said, did you regret? I got the video up on my site up on my channel right now. I released it last night or this morning. They were asking Jerry Jones, does he regret signing Dak Prescott, or do he wish he would have waited a little bit longer with the way that Cooper Rush is playing? He didn't even hesitate. He said no. I'm telling you about Jerry Jones and Mike McCarthy. They know what Cooper Rush is. And I know this may hurt some people's feelings, but they know what he is. And Jerry Jones knows full well the way you play with Cooper Rush, it is not sustainable against teams like the Eagles. It's not sustainable against good teams. And you heard what Bobby Belt called it. The classical West Coast offense. Now, they were not running the classical West Coast offense last year. Last year, they ran the adapted to Dak Prescott Texas Coast offense. The Texas Coast offense. It involved Dak Prescott doing a little bit of scrambling. Dak Prescott going up the seams. Dak Prescott with the quick throws also from the West Coast. But also Dak Prescott going deep from time to time. It was a lot of those things. The pre-snap reads, the adjustments by Dak Prescott, letting Dak do some of the things he want to do. 2 point, then when you do the 2-minute offense, okay, Dak, now it's time for you to cook. Do what you want to do. That was the Texas Coast. That's what Mike McCarthy opened up with in the first game of the season with Cleveland. And then I don't know what happened. Mike McCarthy went back to a traditional West Coast offense. And I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, even though I'm not giving him the benefit of the doubt. I think one of the excuses that he may use is the reason that he went to it is because the line was so young that he wanted to convert Dak to the traditional West Coast offense because it would help the pass rush. Because basically, right now, Cooper Rush is leading the league in the last few games of getting the ball out of his hands. And it bothers me when people start talking about quick release. Cooper Rush does not have a quick release. Let's stop the lies. Let's not even call it quick decisions. Let's stop the lies. Even though we can call it quick decisions. No. His decisions are predetermined. Because when they called the play for Cooper Rush, no, this is the guy you're going to. Him. That's the guy you're going to. And Mike McCarthy has done a great job of scheming open the guy who he's going to. And if that guy is covered, you'll notice when Cooper has to scramble or find someone else, it's a little shaky. It's either skipped on the ground, almost picked off, whatever the case may be, because they're not playing Cooper Rush like that. They're not playing him like they do Dak. Dak climbs the progressions. And one of the analysis of Dak Prescott is, I saw an analysis and I can agree with it to a degree. Dak Prescott is so good up here and everything that's happening in his head and everything as he's seeing. It's a blessing and a curse for him. Because of what he's seeing, he's trying to do some things that he probably shouldn't be doing. He's taking some chances here and there. And one of the worst things he was doing this year is, I think when it wasn't there and he knew it wasn't there, I think he was trying to force the ball to CeeDee Lamb. Because the people upstairs are talking about, well, he needs to get 16 targets, or and the way CeeDee Lamb was acting like a pure punk in the first few games, because I'm going to show y'all the difference in Cooper Rush and Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott is trying to throw it to who is open. Dak Prescott is also knowing they're doubling CeeDee Lamb. So can I get someone else involved and then I can come back to CeeDee Lamb, or let me get other receivers involved and I'm content with CeeDee Lamb only getting 50 yards this game. Cooper Rush, on the other hand, he doesn't have the luxury of climbing the progressions. He doesn't have the luxury of, I'll take a chance on throwing it into an extremely tight window to this guy or that guy, because he doesn't have the arm velocity. He doesn't have the arm strength to do it. So with Cooper Rush, he's definitely going to CeeDee Lamb. He's definitely going to CeeDee Lamb. If the play is designed to go to CeeDee Lamb, he's going to CeeDee Lamb. And let's not discount this. The competition was harder in the beginning part of the schedule. CeeDee Lamb wasn't doing anything. See, a lot of people try to put this on Dak and say, well, Dak gets his stats against the weaker competition. Well, every team, actually, if you pay attention, every team gets their stats against the weaker competition. Because most teams don't go out, unless you're an elite team, most teams don't go out and dominate the elite teams. And the reality in this league is, whether people accept it or not, I mean, how many elite teams are there really in the league? What, 6 to 8 at the most? You only can play who's in front of you. You're not playing elite teams all during the year, unless you're like the Dallas Cowboys this year, and they ran into a buzzsaw because those games were not spread out, but they had a cluster of just bam, bam, bam. I mean, they had a cluster in there. They had what? The Lions, the Ravens. I mean, they got the Steelers. I mean, they got all these teams right in there. It was the hardest part of the schedule. It was the hardest part of the schedule. I mean, they got all these teams in there, the 49ers, all of them, when these teams are still pretty good. It was a tough part of the season. But Cooper Rush, it's not sustainable with that vanilla West Coast not going down the field enough against the really good teams, because I don't think he's capable of doing that against the good teams, and that's one of the reasons why he just hasn't been successful against the Eagles. And the barometer for me is Dak has murdered the Eagles, murdered them, even at full strength with Jalen Hurts. Dak Prescott has murdered the Eagles. He's murked the Eagles. And so going into this game, I mean, we'll see what Mike McCarthy does. But it won't surprise me if he tries to go pass. But it'll be detrimental for him. This Philadelphia Eagles defense is too good. And I'm going to show you this in just a moment. Let's read a couple more comments, then I'm going to go back to it. Barkley will win the MVP. Man, I think it's going to be hard for him to win it, though. They don't typically give that stuff to anybody but quarterbacks. But I will say this. If he breaks that record and the Eagles get that number 1 seed, yeah, they probably will give it to him. Barkley's been crazy this year. He has. Barkley's been absolutely a monster. Yeah, Azteca said we need Cooper Rush to win against the Eagles with Hurts in 2022 and this year, and he lost both games. Unacceptable. And the reason is, Azteca, we got to be 100% real, because they got good defenses. Everyone else we've played, they really haven't had good defenses. I mean, even the Buccaneers, their problem was, when we look back at it last week, their problem was teams could throw on them. Teams could throw on them. And it showed some of the passes, some of those lobs that he threw to CeeDee Lamb. You don't complete those against the Eagles. Those are interceptions against the Eagles. And so the issue is, that's why I keep saying, and even Mike McCarthy, because I believe if the Cowboys keep Mike McCarthy, they need to get a new play caller. The West Coast offense is not sustainable. It's just not sustainable against good teams unless you got super studs lined all the way across the line of scrimmage at wide receiver. And we just don't have that. Now, maybe we'll have it after the draft, but we don't have it this year. And even then, it's going to require a lot of yards after the catch. See, CeeDee Lamb is a West Coast receiver, because CeeDee Lamb is really good with yards after the catch. But then when you get Jonathan Mingo, this is why we're not going to know what Mingo is. Mingo is not a West Coast. He's not a West Coast receiver. I don't even think Flournoy is a West Coast receiver. They're go guys. They're go guys. They're not the 4 and 5 yard guys. They're the go guys, the 10, the 15s. They're the crossing routes. They're the seam routes. They're the post, the skinny post. They're those guys. They can and they can both run routes, but those are down the field receivers. Philly passing game might come out better with Kenny. I got a strange feeling it is. because he doesn't have what Jalen has. Jalen has the wheels. Kenny Pickett, remember what I talked about last week? I was laughing about it. I said, man, this dude rolled up in the game like he was trying to win the job. What did he do? He started going deep. He started going down the field. He started going down the field, and there it was. Gary says you have to be balanced attacking the NFL. Yeah, the whole notion that the NFL is a pass-happy league was a lie. Kenny Pickett is the kind of quarterback that can have a career day against the Dallas Cowboys. Yep. I just said it, Gary. Kenny Pickett will look different. Kenny Pickett will look different this week because now the game plan is for him. He was playing a game plan that was being modified on the fly. But if we think we're going to roll up in here and just, it's Kenny Pickett, we're going to roll over him because he's like Cooper Rush. He's not quite Cooper Rush. Kenny Pickett, and I don't know how people feel about this, but Kenny Pickett is better than Cooper Rush. Kenny Pickett is better than Cooper Rush. And we'll see. Andre said the next 2 weeks will be blowouts. We're going to see. But I hope we don't roll into this game the way I think some teams have rolled into the games against the Cowboys without Dak going, this Cooper Rush will beat them. I hope they don't roll into Philly talking about no Jalen Hurts, this Kenny Pickett will beat them. Gonna have a hard time. It's gonna be a good game. It's gonna be a hard time though. Bills are done. Allen has whoa. Wait a minute. Is it the left hand? You talking about Josh Allen's left hand being broken? I heard, I was about to say, because see, they're saying now that his hand has been broken the whole season. So I'd already heard that news before, Dank, but he's been playing with that broke hand. And even Tom Brady was saying that a broken left hand, this is at least what Tom Brady said. Tom Brady said a broke left hand ain't a big deal. That's what he said. He said it's not a big deal because you're throwing with your right hand. So he said it's not a big deal. Said it's not a big deal. So he's been wearing a protective glove for this long. No excuse. Now they want to make excuses for Josh Allen, but I'm not going to buy it. They want to give him the MVP. Lamar Jackson is balling out so hard this year, even because they cheated Dak Prescott last year. How do you let Lamar Jackson win the MVP with 24 touchdowns? Dak Prescott is leading in every statistical category almost, and you give it to Lamar Jackson. And this year, now Lamar Jackson is leading in a lot of statistical categories. But what are you going to do? You're going to do him like you did Dak? Because I don't even think Josh Allen is the one that's second in the MVP race. I think in actuality, Saquon Barkley should be number 2. And if Joe Burrow can get to 9 wins, Joe Burrow may leapfrog both of them with the season that he's having. And if you're looking at even All-Pro, because I know they want to give Josh Allen one of those too, well, if you look at All-Pro, it's Lamar Jackson and Joe Shiesty. Josh Allen is not playing better than Joe Shiesty, man. Joe Burrow is playing the quarterback position better than anybody in the league right now. I don't know of anybody right now playing better than Joe Burrow. If there is one quarterback that can literally say his team has let him down, it is none other than Joe Burrow, man, because Joe Burrow's team has literally, his defense has let him down. It has. Will this be a Dowdle or a Zeke game? And I was thinking the same thing, Nisi. I think it may be a Dowdle game, but I'm going to show you why. We're going to go to the stats here in just a second. I'm telling y'all, without CeeDee Lamb especially. But I think even with CeeDee Lamb is going to make a difference. But I don't know if CD was going to make the difference that we think. Because CeeDee Lamb played in the first game they played this year. Didn't matter. Didn't matter he played this year. He was in the first game. Didn't matter. Didn't matter. CD was in the 2022 game. Didn't matter. That defense this year is better than 2022. CD played this year, and it didn't matter. Them boys got after Cooper Rush. And I'm going to show you here in a moment as we look at the comparison. I'm going to show you in a moment. They're going to get after him again. What's going on, Robert M? Andre said, I'm glad the season's over with. I'm going to enjoy these last two games, though. Santiago said, I would let Lance have the last game of the season. I'd let him have both games. The moment they announced CD was not playing, I would have went with Lance. Because I'm telling y'all, they're going to get after Cooper Rush. They're going to get after him. They are. What's going on, D Block 88? If Mike is doing what he wants, then put Trey in for more than one play, Nisi. I just think they should let him do the whole game. I really do. But I think what they're doing, Cooper Rush may not be in Dallas next year. Cooper Rush may not be in Dallas next year. And so I think they're letting Cooper Rush have his swan song, letting him play the last two games of the season. Letting him go ahead and finish out the season because he doesn't get to play a whole lot. And so they may go ahead and let him finish out the last two because he may not be in Dallas next year. Cooper Rush going to pass at least 45 times. Watch and see. D-Block, Nisi just said Mike going pass happy. And I just played the video with Bobby Belt. And he's saying that Mike McCarthy may be telling us he's going out his way because I'm telling you, the Joneses have been saying so many things about Mike McCarthy. And so now the question to me, and I've been saying it now the last two shows, who are they trying to convince? Who are they trying to convince? Because people keep talking about what coaching candidates are out there. I'll be doing a video about this soon. There is a candidate that has entered the room, entered the room, and he has actually sent a notice to all the NFL teams. According to what I heard, he has sent a notice to all the teams, and it is Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll may be good for this team. Pete Carroll may absolutely be good for this team. And I'm going to talk about this more in another video. Whoever implied that CD wasn't going to worsen his shoulder injury by playing couldn't have been more wrong. I didn't understand them saying that, but that's what they kept saying. That's what they kept saying, Robert M. And I don't understand how you can't worsen a shoulder injury. But I was saying it, Robert, this was the worst game that CD could play. It's the worst game he could play. Going to Philadelphia, cold weather, Nick Sirianni, dirty, absolute dog of a coach. Guarantee you the Eagles defense would have did everything they could do to knock CeeDee Lamb out the game. I guarantee you. They'd have been, I guarantee you, every catch they'd have slammed him to the ground. I said it. It was a bad game for CD to play, but there's nothing else to play for now. So, Wilson Santiago, Zimmer's defense benefited from playing subpar games. We have. I mean, the whole team has. See, watch this, Wilson. We'll put this on Dak Prescott. Oh, he passed the stats against bad teams. Do we not realize they all do it? Every team does it. Every quarterback, every team, every defense. They They stat pad. They pad their stats, and they're not trying to do it. But if you look on your schedule and you're an elite team and the majority of your teams are bad, you think about the New England Patriots. Does anybody not realize the New England Patriots? Oh, wait. Not just the New England Patriots. The New England Patriots were almost guaranteed the number 1 seed, or at least winning their division. They were going to win their division almost every season that Brady was there. You know why? Their divisions were trash. They were trash. Every so often they'd have a team, there'd be a blip on the radar that a team would be good in their division. But for the most part, the Patriots dominated their division. I know another team did that for the last 3 seasons. You know who that team is? The Dallas Cowboys. Dan Quinn and the Eagles. The Eagles have been up and down. Even though at full power, the Dallas Cowboys have still been able to beat them. They've had a couple of splits. I think they have gone back and forth on winning the NFC. It's kind of been a back and forth battle between the Cowboys and the Eagles. But when you think about the Giants and the Commanders, they really haven't been that good. But Dan Quinn looks like he's about to change that. And so the NFC East is about to get a lot more competitive. We act like we make all these Dak Prescott rules. We make all these Dak Prescott rules, when in reality, a lot of these things apply to a whole lot of other teams too. You can go back and look at these quarterbacks they like. Look who they're putting up the most stats against. You know what was funny to me? There was a game that just happened a couple of weeks ago. And I remember when Dak Prescott did this to this team, everybody was saying Dak Prescott just pads his stats against the bad teams. He gets all of his stats against the bad teams. And so anytime Dak would have some of these great games, like against a team like the New York Giants, everybody would poo-poo it. You want to know what's really funny? They put Lamar Jackson in the front of the MVP race after this game right here. He played the dog doo-doo New York Giants. Everybody knows now they're just playing, they're tanking for the draft. Period. End of story. Dog doo-doo. You know what Lamar Jackson did? Oh, he only went 21 for 25 and 5 touchdowns. That's all he did. That's all he did against that dog doo-doo team. But everybody in the media was screaming his praises, as if he did that against the Kansas City Chiefs. Dak Prescott had that same performance against the New York Giants. Even the fan base, ooh, it was the New York Giants, no big deal. Cooper Rush have that same performance. Woo, Cooper Rush is better than Dak Prescott. We're going to literally have to make up the Dak Prescott rules. Dak Prescott is the exception to everything everyone says. But Lamar Jackson gets 5 touchdowns against the Giants. And he's a world beater. But I'm not knocking Lamar Jackson. You can only play who's in front of you. But at the end of the day, what I'm saying is we say a lot of things about Dak Prescott as if he's the exception to the rule. But the reality is, who don't stack up stats against bad teams? Who don't do it? What team goes against a bad team and goes, okay, this is the bad team right here. Let's put in all the backups because we don't want to pad the stats. We don't want Josh Allen today to get 5 touchdowns. Nah, we don't want Josh Allen to do that. Nobody does that. a lot of teams, a lot of players, they all get the stats against the bad teams. And then you'll get the good quarterbacks and the good teams. They'll rise to the occasion and they'll get some of those stats against the good teams. This is what happens. You get these good quarterbacks. They go up against good teams, catch a divisional team on the wrong day, and they don't have a good day. There's a reason why the Baltimore Ravens are what? 10-5? Last time I checked, they wasn't 15-1. They're not 14-2. They haven't been out here just beating every team. There's been teams, and there's been a couple of games where they got some calls, just like everybody else does. I guess it's a part of the game, to where it helped them get some wins. One in particular against Cincinnati Bengals. But I'm saying this because we act like a lot of this stuff we talk about, we act like it's Dak Prescott only. No, they're all doing it. They're all doing it. And us in particular, in this little run we've been doing, competition has been weak. It's been absolutely weak. Whether we accept it or not, we haven't played a team with a good, and I'm not talking about a good defense. I'm talking about an absolute gangbuster defense. Let me show you something on the Philadelphia Eagles that's absolutely insane. I'm about to show you something that's insane. And folk keep talking about the Philadelphia Eagles as if they're all Saquon Barkley. They're all Saquon Barkley. I'm about to put everybody in check. This is the Eagles. We're saying Saquon Barkley is carrying the team. The defense is saying, hold on a second. The defense is saying, hold on a second. The offense is ranked number 6. They're 31st in passing, and we know why, because of how good they're running the ball. They're number 2 in rushing. But the defense, they're first. Their defense is first. And don't get it twisted last week of what happened with the Washington Commanders. No excuses. The Cowboys beat the Washington Commanders. But we also need to realize, if anyone didn't remember, Jaden Daniels was still nursing a rib injury. He was nursing a rib injury even going into the Dallas Cowboy game. He didn't quite look the same. Jaden Daniels is looking a little bit different again, like he was before the injury. So we'll see how that pans out. But when you look at this when you look at this Philadelphia Eagles team, man, do not let people fool you. These guys' defense is absolutely terrifying. It is absolutely terrifying. And when you look at the game last week, you think about what happened to the Commanders. Because this is why I say, had the Commanders not missed the extra point, it makes me wonder if they would have beat us too. Look at this dumb game between them and the Eagles. The Washington Commanders, they scored 22 points in the fourth quarter. That is ludicrous. That is absolutely crazy when you think about it in the grand scheme of things. They did all of that damage. The Eagles, some kind of collapse. I didn't get a chance to watch the whole game, but obviously some form of collapse in the fourth quarter, and they gave up 22. But don't let this team fool you. this Philadelphia Eagles team, trending wise, this was a divisional game also. But when you look trending wise at this team, I'm going to show you some of their stats. I mean, these dudes, their stats are absolutely crazy in how they look. Their stats are absolutely crazy when you start comparing just where they are in certain areas. And when you start looking at them, let's kind of look at them overall. So the Cowboys points per game, they're 21.6, ranked number 19. The Philadelphia Eagles points per game, opponents is 18.9, they're number 5. Yards per game, the Cowboys are 328, they're number 16. Opponents' yards per game, Philadelphia is number 1. Points per play, Cowboys number 22. Philadelphia number 6 on defense. Yards per play, Cowboys number 24, 5.1. The Philadelphia Eagles give up 4.8 yards. They're number 1 ranked in that. Third down conversion percentage, we're number 25. Their defense is number 6. Fourth down conversion, they're number 30. We're number 31. They're number 26. Don't really care about that. Red zone scoring percentage, we're still struggling with this. We're number 27. They are ranked number 9 defensively. That people only score in the red zone against them half of the time. I mean, man, they are good, man. TDs per game, we're number 24. TDs per game, they're number 5. And I've been talking when I tell people that with Cooper Rush, the offense only averages 2 touchdowns per game. A 2 touchdown per game average by a quarterback would be pretty, I mean, that'd be great in a lot of instances. You're talking about 34 touchdowns. But when you're talking about that's all the offense averages under a quarterback, that's not good. That means you're bad in the red zone. That means you're not even getting to the red zone. That means you're barely crossing the 50-yard line with said quarterback. He can only get you 2 touchdowns with 1 or 2 drives a game or good field position. It's the only way he gets you touchdowns, and the rest are field goals. Anybody looked at our scores? Anybody looked at our scores in 2024? I've been talking about this, and I'm telling you, this is how I know Jerry Jones knows exactly what Cooper Rush is. Because they've been scouting him. They know what he is. They know exactly what he is. And even when you look at what the Cowboys have looked like, with Cooper Rush over his whole stint, it looks exactly the same. He gets 2 touchdowns and the rest are field goals. Why? Why is that? You're telling me he can't get you more than 2 touchdowns offensively. And you're typically going to see the wide receiver. You're typically going to see, I'm telling you, Brandon Aubrey, he probably needs to give, he probably needs to buy Cooper Rush a car or something at the end of the season. And Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott. They all probably need to go in together and buy him something because of the production of this offense in particular this year. I mean, Brandon Aubrey, it could be argued that Brandon Aubrey is literally the MVP of the entire season. Brandon Aubrey, it could be argued, he is the MVP of the entire season. When you look at all the points Brandon Aubrey has scored for the Dallas Cowboys, it's literally insane. I'm going to do something on him after the end of the season because I think he's the MVP. Brandon Aubrey has scored so many points for the Cowboys this year. It is crazy. And you think about even with the Panthers game, Cooper Rush, 3 touchdowns. But when you look back at that game, they had 4 turnovers. So it's not sustainable what you're doing with Cooper Rush. And it's definitely not going to be sustainable. And it's definitely not going to work against a team like the Philadelphia Eagles. These dudes are serious with it, man. They are serious with it. And you look at the other side of the ball for them. Now, Jalen Hurts being out, some of this is going to change. But Gary, you may be right. Kenny Pickett may have a career game against the Cowboys, and it may be worse for them than it would be. I don't know. Jalen Hurts is, man, he's so good with the run game, though. Jalen Hurts is a grind you out type quarterback. He's got a good run game. He can run the ball. Tush push on goal line. Tush push on 3rd and 1. Tush push on 4th and 1s if you need it. Man, he is such a grinder. He's hard to deal with. But Kenny Pickett may come out here and do what he did last week and go down the field to these great wide receivers they have in the tight end. If you look at the Philadelphia Eagles, points per game, they're number 8. Yards per game, they're number 6. Points per play, they're number 9. Yards per play, they're number 11. 3rd down conversion, they're number 9. 4th down conversion, they're number 4. These have a lot to do with the tush push. Red zone scoring, they're number 13. Surprises if it isn't even better with the tush push. They're number 7. They score 3 touchdowns per game. 3 touchdowns per game. We, even in this run with what we've been doing, we've been giving up an average 3 points per game. Red zone, red zone scoring, we're number 32. Teams get down there, they score on us. 4th down, we're number 24. 3rd down, we're number 5. Opponent's yards, we're number 30. Opponent's points, we're number 30. Opponent's yards, 27. Opponent's points, we're number 30. This is about right. So when you look at this team, they're not just Saquon Barkley. Their defense is really, really good. And so the Cowboys, you look at us, we gained some ground over the last 3 games. The last game hurt us. Our rush play percentage is 37. Mike McCarthy still loves to throw the ball. Yards per rush, 4.0. Rushes, 24 per game. We're number 26. He still loves to throw the ball. Rush yards, 95.2. We're number 28. Rush TDs, we're 0.3. We do not run the ball in the end zone a lot. And when you look at the Eagles, in those same categories, they're 9, 8, 7, 9, and 4. They stopped the run. And the Eagles, watch this. The Eagles' defense is so good against the run. They make teams pass. They make teams pass. They do. Look at them against the run. And this is why I think they're going to do exactly what I would do. Make Cooper Rush beat you. Because I think the Cowboys are going to do the same thing. They're going to say, let Kenny Pickett beat us. But if you look at them against the run, Philadelphia against the run, they're ranked number 1 as far as teams trying to run on them. They're number 4 at yards per rush. They are number 1 as it pertains to rushes per game. Rush yards, they're number 1. Rush TDs, they're number 2. I mean, I'm telling you, man, their defense is absolutely crazy. Their defense is crazy. Even when you look at them against the pass, the completion percentage is number 9. They got some really good cornerbacks. Yards per pass, they're number 6. Passes per game, they're number 32. Pass yards per game, they're number 31. So it looks like that when teams are completing on them, they're getting big plays. Quarterback sack percentage like number 31. But last time we played them, they got after Cooper Rush. And so when you look at this game overall, and they have a very good turnover percentage also. I think they're +6. We're -3. They are really good against that. They do really well with penalties. You look down here. We're 32, 31, and 16. They're 19, 20, 15, and 11. I mean, they are a well-coached team. They are a well-coached team. And so when you think about the Cowboys going against them, everything points towards the Eagles. Because at the end of the day, with the way some people have been talking about Jalen Hurts, saying he's really not all that good, well, I think he's better than what people are saying. I think he's very good. But even though Jalen Hurts is not playing, Saquon Barkley will be playing. And I think that is one of the things that the Eagles will try to establish, is that they are literally going to try and establish the run against the Cowboys, which the Tampa Bay Buccaneers had that same plan, didn't work out. But I also think that where the Eagles are better than the Buccaneers is that the Eagles will be able to stop us from scoring too. So at the end of the day, you think about this. This is the matchup that I have it as. So we're looking at 4 matchups in this game in a sense. So we're looking at Cooper Rush versus the Eagles defense. And in reality, if Mike McCarthy has some sense, Rico Dowdle against the Eagles defense. Now the Eagles are going to try to neutralize Rico Dowdle again. They're going to dare Cooper Rush to beat him. And without CeeDee Lamb, they're especially going to dare him to beat them without CeeDee Lamb. We saw what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers did to him last week, and the second half was absolutely crazy, because when you look at the second half and CeeDee Lamb, y'all remember, CeeDee Lamb wound up sitting down in the second half. We saw what they looked like without CeeDee Lamb. They absolutely could not move the football. Cooper Rush in the second half, first half, 19 for 26, 233. Second half, 7 for 9, 59 yards. They only scored 3 points. It is going to be tough treading for the Cowboys. And the reason being, y'all remember what I told you? See, when you play teams like the Buccaneers, the Commanders, especially at that point of the season, you play teams like the Commanders, even teams like the Bengals with a bad defense. You play those teams, and your game plan is, okay, let's play disciplined football. But not only do you say, let's play disciplined football, you go into that game and you say, hey, man, if we can play this game tight to the vest, and if we can get a turnover, or if we can get a return, or if we can get a strip sack fumble, you go into the game saying, if. You do know why you're saying that, right? You're saying that because you're not as good as the team that you're facing. Or you're maybe if they're not better than you, maybe y'all are both bad in certain places. Maybe it equals out. Or you're saying all of these things because you know you're not just a dominant team. I'm not a dominant team. I don't line up in front of people and say, I'm just going to beat the brakes off of you. Whatever you do, I don't care. We're going to beat you. You go into the game saying, if our quarterback don't turn it over, if we can run the ball, if we can get some, you go into the game with all these ifs. And this has really been the magic carpet ride for the Dallas Cowboys in these, now we're calling it 4 out of 5. I guess we forgot about the Philadelphia Eagles and the Houston Texans, which in reality were 4-3 with Cooper Rush. When you're not a dominant team, it's all these ifs. But when you're a dominant team, it's not no ifs. No, we're just going to line up in front of them, do what we do, and we're going to beat them. Go home in the story. We're not even worried if our quarterback turns the ball over once or twice. We're not even worried. No big deal. He turned it over once or twice. We'll still get the ball back. Because our defense is that dominant. Our running back fumbles the ball. Unless he fumbles it with 5 seconds to go on the goal line, they pick it up and run it 99 yards. and beat us with no time on the clock. But if he fumbles the ball somewhere in the game and we're going to get the ball back, no big deal, we can stop him. When you're a dominant team, you don't go into games saying if. You go into games saying, this is what we're going to do. I'm saying this because there was nothing like. And I hope some of the fans today, the younger fans, I hope they get to experience this again. There was nothing like being a 90s Dallas Cowboy fan. There was nothing like it. We knew the team was so good. They could literally tell teams, hey, we're running to the right. Oh, by the way, and there's nothing you can do to stop us. We're running to the left. And there's nothing you can do to stop us. We're running up the middle. There's nothing you can do to stop us. Oh, on this next play right here, we're going to throw it to Michael Irvin down the sideline, and there's nothing you can do to stop us. That's how good the 91 through 95 Dallas Cowboy team was. Oh, hey, and you know what? We're going to sack your quarterback. Yeah, there's just nothing you can do about it. We're going to stop you from running the ball. There's nothing you can do about it. We're going to shut your wide receivers down. Oh, there's just nothing you can. We were that good. When you're that good, you don't go into games with ifs. You go into games with win. W-I-N and W-H-E-N. Win. We're going to win when we do this to you, and when we do this to you, and when we do that to you. You can't stop dominant teams. And so when you think about us and how we've been rolling with Cooper Rush, I've been saying how you win them is how you lose them. If you're winning them with fluke plays and winning them at the end of the game, and you're winning them by close margins and all these different things, get ready, you're going to lose something like that. And so when I look at the Cowboys and I say, so if these two teams line up, even without Jalen Hurts, when these two teams line up, who am I taking? Dallas defense has been top 10 in the last few games. Philadelphia has been number 1. They're the number 1 ranked defense. So if you tell me it's Cooper Rush against the Eagles defense, Rico against the Eagles defense, and then I flip to the other side and I say, okay, now it's Kenny Pickett against Dallas's defense, Saquon Barkley against Dallas's defense. So then the question becomes, in those 4 battles, who do you take? Who do you take? Mike Zimmer did a real good job of stopping Saquon Barkley last time, and I don't even think we had to stop. I don't even think they had to stop Rico Dowdle as much because Mike McCarthy, I mean, just nothing was working that day. Nothing was working. But in this next game, so who are you taking? Are you taking Cooper Rush against the Eagles defense or Pickett against the Cowboys defense? Now, when I look at our defense, we've been playing pretty good. I also think the Eagles' offensive line is really good. But when I think about Kenny Pickett, anyone other than Deron Bland and Jordan Lewis, whoever that wide receiver is on, that's the wide receiver you better go to. Because someone asked the question, I thought it was a great question, because Deron Bland traveled with Mike Evans. Who does he travel with this week? Will he travel with Devontae Smith or will he travel with A.J. Brown? Me, I think he should travel with A.J. Brown. I think A.J. Brown is one of those receivers that you could probably, Stephon Gilmore did a number on him last year. You can get inside of A.J. Brown's head. Maybe they can Deron Bland, and I still think you're taking a chance if you put him one-on-one with A.J. Brown because he'll probably win a lot of battles, but I don't know if he'll win them all. Maybe you get him on DaRon Bland and you double Devontae Smith. Because I don't think we have another corner that would be able to go up against Devontae Smith by himself. So maybe you get DaRon Bland, maybe you get him to trail A.J. Brown, and then maybe you double Devontae Smith. I mean, that's really the only thing I could see as far as them being able to out-duel the Eagles. Because if it comes down to me, I think Kenny Pickett is better than Cooper Rush. And even if they were equal, let's say they were equal, I like the weapons. I like the weapons that Kenny Pickett has versus our defense versus the weapons that Cooper Rush is going to be working with against Philadelphia's defense. Man, I'm telling you, if Mike McCarthy come out here and they beat the Philadelphia Eagles going pass happy without CeeDee Lamb, Mike McCarthy, not only will he get signed by the Dallas Cowboys, he's going to have options in the offseason. Because he's going to pull off the trick of all tricks if he does that. Let me go to some of your comments. Let me get this one. Roderick, boy, what's going on? You at the JOB? Roderick said, my prediction, 34-17. You guess who wins? Roderick, you talking about the Eagles winning this thing, huh? I don't know if them getting 34. Gary said it about Pickett, and I kind of believe it too. I think Pickett is either going to crash and burn against the Cowboys. It's either going to be crash or burn. It will be crash or burn because Kenny Pickett is not going to be afraid to go down the field on the Cowboys. See, Kenny Pickett is playing not just for this number 2 or number 1 seed. Kenny Pickett is actually playing for a job. Kenny Pickett is playing for a job. Kenny Pickett wants the opportunity to be a starting quarterback in this league again. And so for him, he's going to have a lot to prove. And I do think what they'll do is they're going to run the ball and they're going to try to set up the play action for Kenny Pickett, similar to what they're going to do with Cooper Rush. They're going to try to set up the play action so that he can pick and choose. But when I look at Kenny Pickett and what he got to throw to versus what Cooper Rush is going to have to throw to, boy, it is going to be tough treading out there. It is going to be tough treading. Andre said blow out the next 2 games. Let me skip down a little bit. Let me go back just for a second. Andre said Cowboys must get better this year. Was a nightmare. I pray the Cowboys get better. I think they will. I think they're going to go in the draft. They're going to have no choice but to get a running back, and they're going to get a wide receiver. I guarantee you they get those within the first 3 rounds. I hope they get the running back. I really don't care which way it goes. Because of where they're going to be drafting, I hope they do their research and see if there's another team that wants to move in their spot so they can move to get that team spot, move back, get another team's 3rd or 4th round draft pick, even a 2nd, depending upon who that team wants. Get you an extra draft pick, and then with that draft pick, you get you a wide receiver and you get you a running back with your draft pick. So get you an extra draft pick, get you a wide receiver and a running back in the first 2 rounds. And then even in the later rounds, I say get another running back, unless you're going to go out in free agency and you're going to get one of the running backs that'll be available. There'll probably be some pretty good running backs available again, and unless you're going to bring Rico Dowdle back. But I got a feeling the Cowboys are, unless Rico doesn't get any offers when he tests free agency, the Cowboys can bring him back if he doesn't get any good offers, and then just make sure you get you a home run hitter in the draft. I'm hoping it's the kid from North Carolina, maybe one of the backs from Ohio State, But for sure, if I was the Cowboys, I would definitely be trying to get one of the top 5 wide receivers. CeeDee Lamb needs a bona fide number 2. He actually needs a 1B is what he needs. Dak Prescott needs a 1B. Brandon Cooks, too small. Tolbert, not it. Ron Flournoy and Jonathan Mingo, they're bigger wide receivers. I'd like to keep them, see what they are. Maybe you could put Mingo in the slot, or Jonathan Mingo, he be your slot receiver. He's your slot receiver. And you keep Kevontae Turpin as your 4th gadget guy. And maybe you kind of alternate in Flournoy and Mingo, whatever the case may be. But you got to get CeeDee Lamb a wide receiver. You got to get him a wide receiver so that you can start doing some things a little bit better than you have been. Santiago said Zimmer's defense benefited from subpar teams. I believe it too. Yeah, but it's the truth, people. D-Block says, B-Rad says, right, brother, Dak is 9-4 against the Eagles and Rush only 2-3 against the Eagles. Yeah, Dak has mauled them even with them being full speed. Dank said injuries. Yep, had injuries this year. And that's another thing the Cowboys will have to do in the offseason, Dank. They need to get some depth. They got to get some depth, and your depth can't just come from the draft. The Cowboys are going to have to get some depth, and I hope they don't go out there and just get whatever's left over. I hope they get some good mid-tier guys rather than the bottom of the barrel guys. B-Rad says, more or less this Eagles game, we'll see where Rush stands. Yeah, it will. And I'll tell you this, B-Rad, it's going to show you where he stands also because, according to some, Cooper Rush may have played himself out of Dallas. Some are saying he's played himself out of Dallas. There's some asking, should he come back as the backup? Which I think if you're not going to change anything, you're going to keep Mike McCarthy, might as well keep Cooper Rush. Might as well keep him. Unless you think that Dak could get hurt again and you may need to make another run longer than 8 to 10 games, well, you better go out there and get you a really good one who you believe that can take you to the playoffs and win in case Dak is hurt. Don't know who that would be off the top of my head, but we'll have to see what the free agency market looks like. Jared said Jerry Jones probably told Dak Prescott to fix the CeeDee Lamb issue by getting him the ball so he doesn't whine and pout on the field. Oh, I believe it. Because Dak was forcing balls to CeeDee Lamb that he never should have been forcing to him. And then on some of them, Dak was throwing the ball where CeeDee Lamb was supposed to be. And CeeDee Lamb had made up in his mind he was not going to contest passes thrown to Dak Prescott if they were contestable. Real Fan says, yeah, that 9-4 record doesn't get Dak to get Cowboys to the NFC. Well, yeah, the problem is the problem is the Eagles is not in front of him. But I do think with Dak, they're going to have to face the facts like all these other teams are doing. All these other teams are doing it. They're putting players around these quarterbacks because their thinking is correct. Even with Troy Aikman, this was true. They didn't put all the onus on Troy Aikman to win. Troy Aikman never had to go into a game and say, I got to win today. I got to win today. He didn't have to go into games like that. He may have gotten into games and go, okay, I got to win this today because maybe they're stopping Emmett today, or they're stopping Mike today, or, whatever. But that wasn't a whole game situation for Troy. That may be situational. But for the most part, the Dallas Cowboys team was so dominant. Troy didn't have to do that stuff. That's why when you look at Troy Aikman's stats, man, they'll really have you scratching your head when you think about how dominant they were for about a 5-year span, and then you start looking at Troy Aikman's stats, and you're kind of like, he wasn't really lighting it up out there. Duh. Because his team was lighting it up. There's a reason why the Cowboys could score 28, 35 at any given time, because their run game was so good. They could throw a couple in, but they were running most of them in. They were getting down to the red zone. They were dominant in the red zone. Troy didn't have to think like that. The problem with Jerry Jones, he's actually going against what Jimmy taught him. Jimmy never put it all on Troy. He never did. Jerry tries to put it all on Dak like he tried to put it all on Romo. And by the time he decided he was going to take some of it off of Romo, it was too late. Romo got injured and it was too late. Dak took the team that Romo had. It was way too late. CeeDee Lamb at times has bad god awful body language. And it seems like he got better towards the end of the season. And I think one of the reasons why he got better towards the end of the season, number one, the competition was a lot lighter. I mean, you think about the teams that we went up against outside of the teams that have beat us, with the exception of the Bengals, the teams that we played early on. You think about the cornerbacks CeeDee Lamb was playing. Man, CeeDee Lamb was playing bona fide cornerbacks. You think about it. We went up against the Steelers, bona fide cornerbacks. Detroit Lions, bona fide cornerbacks. San Francisco 49ers, just because they were missing McCaffrey, they were not missing the defense. Bona fide cornerbacks. I mean, every time you look back and people, like I said, this is the Dak rule. Only Dak eats off weak teams. No, all players eat off of weaker teams. The difference is the elite teams, they eat off the good teams too. And it takes a team effort for them to eat off of the good teams too. We've actually played good teams where Dak was off the chain, but there was a defensive failure. We've played games where the defense off the chain against a good team. Dak Prescott makes a mistake. It goes both ways. It's never been a one-way thing, but that happens to all teams. It happens to all teams. As much as we talk about Lamar Jackson, he's had better coaching, better players in some instances. And let me not say better players, better teams for sure. And he only has 2 playoff wins too. He only has 2 playoff teams. And Ryan Clark, while I do not agree with everything that he's saying about the black quarterback thing, but I do say this. There are 2 quarterbacks this season for me. There are 2 quarterbacks in particular that if they don't go to a minimum of the NFC and the AFC championship games or the Super Bowl, if they don't get to one of those 3 games, there are 2 quarterbacks in particular to me that it is going to be an absolute travesty. And you could include a third, and I'll throw him in just for good measure. If Lamar Jackson, with the addition of Derrick Henry, if Lamar Jackson doesn't at least get to the AFC championship game and be very competitive and they lose without it being his fault, it is an absolute failure. Lamar Jackson, with the way he's playing this year and the addition of Derrick Henry and the way that offense looks and the way their defense plays, I'm sorry, they should be Super Bowl winners or at least get to the Super Bowl. If he doesn't win a playoff game this year, I don't know what else to tell you. It will be a tragedy. Number 2. Jared Goff. Jared Goff has an absolute super team around him. Even though defense riddled with injuries. I mean, they're literally playing with guys from Walmart right now. I mean, they are injured very badly. And they're still finding ways to win. But they still got a super team on offense. And so for him, Man, if it's not the NFC Championship game, and the other team I would say would be the Philadelphia Eagles. Jalen Hurts has a super team around him. He does. And they're built to win. They're built to win. They're built to beat every team out there. Every single team. Because they can control the line of scrimmage. They can control the time of possession. They can run the ball extremely well. They can stop the run. They can stop the pass. They can pass the ball when they need to. They can go pass game if they need to, run game if they need to, balance if they need to. They're balanced on offense and defense, and they're pretty healthy. Philly is built to win, y'all. They're built to win. And if they don't win, it'll be an absolute tragedy. Absolute tragedy. What's going on, Jane Scott? D-Block said these Cooper Rush fans about to see the God King Cooper Rush. Sunday they will see Rush is a basic backup quarterback. And, and I like the fact that Jerry is actually admitting that now. Jerry is all but admitting that now. D-Block 88 said Dak is a Eagle killer. For sure. You can't argue it. No one can argue it. Dak Prescott has beat the Philadelphia Eagles even when they were at the top of their powers. I mean, Darius Slay said it himself. He said, man, people do not understand. Dak Prescott's an absolute beast. He said it. He said Dak's an absolute beast. The real fan said Dak could have had the Eagles in 2022 NFC Championship game, but he couldn't be good enough against the 49ers. Dak blew it. Well, I got news for you. There's not been many people that have been good enough against the 49ers, real fan one. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but there have not been many teams that have been better than the 49ers. I mean, who has it been in the NFC in the last 5 years? All I can pretty much remember is the 49ers and the Eagles. I mean, who else has it been? I mean, sometimes I think we're saying, and that's why I say you're saying something, and you're the example of what I'm talking about. We'll start saying stuff like, these are Dak Prescott things. These aren't Dak Prescott things. These are things that every other quarterback faces too. They face the same thing. The 49ers, whether people realize it or not, I mean, we keep talking. We keep talking about the Cowboys and the 49ers. Oh, no. The 49ers have been beating most of the teams in the NFC. Let's look at the last 5 here. Let's see. I just want to go to the last 5. So we got San Fran. They got beat by Kansas City. We got Philly. They got beat by Kansas City. I'm sorry. I forgot about the Rams. The Rams, they beat Cincinnati. Tampa Bay beat Kansas City. That was Tom Brady. Kansas City beat San Francisco. So when you think about in the NFC, San Francisco, and in particular San Francisco, they've been pretty dominant in the NFC for the last 5 years. I mean, they've been an absolute problem. And then even the Eagles, when you look at the last 7 years, the Philadelphia Eagles have been an absolute problem. The Philadelphia Eagles have been in 2 of the Super Bowls in the last 7 years. The San Francisco 49ers have been in 2 of the Super Bowls the last 7 years. Then you scatter in what? The Rams have been in there 2 of the last 7 years. And then you got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And the cold hard facts is this. You can love it, like it, or hate it. The Cowboys were not better as a team. The Cowboys were not better than the Philadelphia Eagles that year they beat the New England Patriots. They were not. They were not better. They were not better than the Rams the year that the New England Patriots beat them 13-3, because if I'm not mistaken, that's the same Rams team that knocked out Dak Prescott and the Cowboys. The Cowboys in the year of, let's see, what year was that? That was 2020, San Francisco 20, Kansas City 31. And I'm thinking this is the one San Francisco team. This is the one San Francisco team. I still will blame that game in 2020. I blame that game on Dak Prescott. And I'm a Dak Prescott fan. Dak Prescott, and I'm not saying he's the sole reason because it took the team to lose it. But in 2020, that defense, if I'm not mistaken, that's the year that defense held San Francisco down, and we're going in for the game-winning drive. Dak Prescott throws an interception. Heartbreaking. Dak Prescott threw an interception that season. I put that on Dak. But that year of 2021, Tampa Bay with Tom Brady, there was no stopping them, period. And when they went and got, what's the little dude name? Is it A.J. Brown? Boy, that was almost like having Brady and Moss. Man, Brady, they tore up the league that season. They had a great team. They really did. They had a great team. The Rams, and then you got Philly and San Francisco. And we just got to be honest. I mean, you got, Philly, San Francisco. We were not better than as a team. We were not better than the Philadelphia Eagles in 2023. And we were not better than the 49ers in 2022. We were not. And that's one of the things I wish Jerry could get back to doing. Because the thing that Jimmy helped him to do, that Jerry hasn't been able to achieve, Jerry hasn't been able to build a team. He hasn't been able to build a team since Jimmy Johnson. You can tell me about players. Players are great. But I'm still concerned about this team. We don't have a team mentality. We still have players that are kind of playing for themselves in some instances. Or they're playing for different reasons. Or they play different depending upon who's playing. No, we need a team. And one of the reasons why we have yet to have a team is because Jerry in those 90s teams, Jimmy wouldn't allow him to be a driving force in the locker room. He wouldn't allow Jerry to be an influence on the team. The team, they were molded in the image of Jimmy Johnson in that 91 through 96 year. They were molded in the image of Jimmy Johnson. This team and the team with Romo and all the other teams after Aikman, it's been this country club, Jerry Jones loves his players type of culture. And when we get down to the nitty gritty, when we start getting to the point of now we need our team to perform, we just don't ever perform as a team. We can't seem to put it all together as a team. It's like we can put it together and the offense is doing it. We can put it together and the defense is doing it. But do we ever put it together to where the offense and the defense is doing it? Similar to the year when we put Tom Brady out. Similar to the year we put Tom Brady out. Can we do it like that? We just can't seem to do it. Robert M., I thought Allen is broke. Yeah, his left hand been broke all season. McCarthy needs a cute. Nope. See, I'm gonna just continue to destroy your arguments. I'm not gonna have the Dak Prescott argument tonight. No, in actuality, Mike McCarthy did not do fine with Favre and Rodgers. He only got one Super Bowl out of Aaron Blip and Rodgers. How do you get one Super Bowl out of Aaron Rodgers? There are people who make the argument Aaron Rodgers with Bill Belichick in the same run of Tom Brady. Aaron Rodgers has as many Super Bowls. And I can't argue that, but I can argue this. I guarantee you he has more than one. He has more than one. And your argument still doesn't hold water. Because at the end of the day, do you not understand what you said is actually crazy? Aaron Rodgers is a generational quarterback. Aaron Rodgers is not just a first-round draft pick like a Trevor Lawrence. Brett Favre is not just a regular quarterback. Brett Favre was a generational talent. Do you really hear what you're saying? There are a lot of quarterbacks who are not Aaron Rodgers, who are not Brett Favre. And they have won Super Bowls. But when you think about Mike McCarthy had Aaron Rodgers. Why do you think he got fired? Mike McCarthy had a 15-1 season with the Green Bay Packers and didn't win the Super Bowl. Mike McCarthy, the very reason, I'm not going to go through all this tonight. Go do your own research. I already showed this. You can go read the article of when Mike McCarthy got let go by the Green Bay Packers, and everything they were saying about Mike McCarthy is everything we have been saying about him and people were saying about him this season and even last season. The same thing people were saying about him then, they're saying about him now. Mike McCarthy is what he is. And he should have had way more success with Aaron Rodgers. Not buying it. Jared Thomas, Saquon can't leap quarterbacks. The only way, though, I think he can. And watch this, Jared. Saquon Barkley can actually help the NFL solve a problem that they have because they robbed Dak Prescott of the MVP last year by allowing Lamar Jackson with lesser stats to beat Dak Prescott out. And he didn't do anything more than Dak Prescott did in the Green Bay game. Lamar Jackson went right out there and got beat the first game too. But it was more comfortable for them because people don't criticize Lamar Jackson the way they do Dak. But now Lamar Jackson has similar stats to what Dak had last year. Joe Burrow, with a losing record, has even better, to me, has better stats than Lamar Jackson, but he has less wins. We got Josh Allen, who is and he's not even in between both of them. But he would be the next one in line because they're not going to give it to Patrick Mahomes because his stats haven't been good enough. But they probably can't justify giving it to Josh Allen because the way that Lamar Jackson did it is Lamar Jackson went bonkers down the stretch last year. If anybody remember, Lamar Jackson went bonkers in like the last 5 games. And he had all primetime games, it seemed like. Lamar Jackson went bonkers. And so Lamar Jackson, basically, they let him steal it at the end. Saquon Barkley can help them solve this problem. Give it to a non-quarterback this year. And the best candidate as a non-quarterback is Saquon Barkley. Because I'll tell you this, Jared. If Saquon Barkley breaks that record, he going to get that MVP. He'll get that MVP because, watch this, Jared, his record, the record he contributed to, the record will be better than Lamar Jackson. And watch this. We'll see what he does this Sunday. And I'm going to read you a couple of insights here. Some insights on this game, in particular on Saquon Barkley. I want you to think about this. Saquon Barkley, right now, against the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday. Saquon Barkley, there are times during the season where a player who is in the MVP race, they have what's called an MVP moment. An MVP moment. And some of those quarterbacks will have MVP moments. Dak Prescott. I can tell you Dak Prescott's MVP moment clear as day, at least to me. Dak Prescott's MVP moment was last year against the Detroit Lions. Dak Prescott spins out of a would-be sack, hits CD Lamb, perfect dime. What was it, 96 yards? That's an MVP moment. That is an MVP moment. And as a matter of fact, Dak Prescott almost had two more MVP moments. He had another opportunity. It was the game last year. And let me see if I still have this up. Dak Prescott had another MVP moment. He had 3 of them in total last year, and he probably had more. But these MVP moments, they are moments when people say that was an MVP play. So last year he had it against the Detroit Lions. That was December the 30th, 2023. He almost had another one, if I'm not mistaken. It was the Miami Dolphin game. And was that the game that Dak Prescott scrambled out to the right, ran down the sideline, dove for the end zone, and then they did the doggone replay, and if I'm not mistaken, Dak Prescott has stepped out of bounds. Stepped out of bounds. Dak had another game, MVP. The other MVP moment, I think it was against it may have been the Philadelphia Eagles or one of those teams, where he threw it to Schoonmaker and he was not in the end zone. He was short of the end zone. Dak had some crazy moments last year. I mean, it was undeniable. Dak Prescott was tearing up the league last year. Not to mention the record that they had. But Lamar Jackson in those last 5 games, Lamar Jackson was on prime time, and it's like every Monday morning or every Tuesday morning, they were talking about the game that Lamar Jackson had because he was having John Madden football moments. But watch this. Saquon Barkley is not about to have an MVP moment only. Saquon Barkley has the opportunity on Sunday to have an MVP game. Period in the story. An MVP game. Because who don't know that Saquon Barkley, who doesn't know that the Philadelphia Eagles are not going to come out and hand the ball off to Saquon Barkley? Who don't know it? With Kenny Pickett, which they're all going to go down the field with Kenny Pickett. But they are going to run the ball with Saquon Barkley. And if the Philadelphia Eagles really put their mind to it, I mean, if they really put their mind to it, and they say we are going to go out here and we are going to ground and pound. Saquon Barkley. These are some of the insights from this game. Saquon Barkley is 268 yards away from passing Hall of Famer Eric Dickerson in 1984. 2,105 yards rushing for the single-season NFL record. Barkley only needs to average 134 rushing yards per game over his remaining 2 games to break the record. His 6 total games of at least 134 yards rushing this season is the most in the NFL. Saquon Barkley, Jared, is having MVP moments, and he's got an MVP opportunity. Jalen Hurts, not on the field, Saquon Barkley gets the opportunity to literally say, I'm the primary reason why this offense has been rolling. And we're going to roll. And we're going to roll without Jalen Hurts on the field. Saquon Barkley come out here and get 150, 160, 170 yards against the Cowboys on Sunday. Book it. He'll break Eric Dickerson's record, and Saquon Barkley will get the MVP. Because Lamar Jackson has some things working against him, Jared. He got it undeservedly last year. He's gotten it, what was it, 2 years or 2 times now? He's gotten it 2 times. Last year was questionable, but this year it's unquestionable as far as his stats. They're crazy. But do they want to give it to him a 3rd time? Saquon Barkley is their excuse. And I don't even think he's an excuse. I think the reality is Saquon Barkley is about to do something, even though Lamar Jackson, what did he do? He passed Michael Vick as far as rushing for a quarterback. He's had a moment, but Saquon Barkley has an opportunity to do something that is insane. Because everybody remembers Eric Dickerson. Eric Dickerson is on my top 5. This dude, as far as running backs, man, Eric Dickerson, man, one move. Eric Dickerson in space was insane. There was no catching him. Saquon Barkley is doing something unheard of for running backs. That 2,000-yard mark, and then to get Eric Dickerson, Jared, if he gets it, he wins the MVP. He'll solve the NFL's problem for him. They won't have to worry about giving it to Lamar Jackson over Josh Allen. No, Saquon Barkley has actually earned it if he gets that 2,000 yards. And with some of the games that Saquon Barkley has actually had, Saquon Barkley could actually get that record or get close to it against the Cowboys. I mean, he's been that good in some of these games. So do not be surprised. Do not be surprised if Saquon Barkley, if he gets that record, do not be surprised if Saquon Barkley gets the MVP. Because I think they're actually bucking. I think they're actually bucking to give it to somebody other than a quarterback. I think they're bucking to do it. They just haven't had the opportunity, which I believe that they could have. They just hadn't. I think they feel like they haven't had the opportunity. But I was looking at something the other day, and Saquon Barkley is actually leading the league in what they call explosive plays. And when you look at this, it really doesn't do him justice when you look at this right here. But he's got 15 games, 1838. He's 5.8 yards average. His longest is 72. He's got 13 touchdowns. Not sure what this means. First, 73. Not sure what that means. Maybe that means how many first downs he's run for or something. But this is the one I want you to look at. 20-plus yard runs. He's got 15. 40-plus yard runs. He got 7. He has the most explosive plays amongst running backs in the league. Saquon Barkley, I'm telling you, if he gets it, he'll make it. Dank said Burrow quietly making a name for himself, sucks about his defense. And I tell you this, Danks, if he messes around and gets 9 wins, they might give it to him. But I think if Barkley can get, and this is the game, you think about it, no Jalen Hurts. This is the game. If Saquon Barkley in this game can show out without Jalen Hurts and they win this game in convincing fashion, he messes around and get what, two tubs on the Cowboys? He mess around and get 2 tubs on the Cowboys, run for 150. Saquon Barkley will get that MVP if he'll go out the next game and just straight up clown. But Saquon Barkley, I'll tell you this. Saquon Barkley is a different type of character, though. Because Saquon Barkley, I saw something early in the season, and there was a record that Saquon Barkley could have broke in a game. Might have been the single game rushing, most yards in a single game rushing or touchdowns or something. It was some record he could have broken the game. They told him that he was about to break that record and asked him, did he want to go back in the game just to get that record? Saquon Barkley said no. He said, let the young guys get some time. That's a different kind of dude. Saw Dak Prescott do the same thing. I can't remember which season it was, but Dak Prescott could have stayed in the game and broke the single season passing record, I think it was, by the Cowboys. Dak said, nope, not about just the records. Go ahead. So, guys like that are different. Saquon Barkley, you never know. If they don't get the bye week, which it's a good chance they don't get the bye week, maybe Saquon, he might not even play the last year. He might not even play a lot the last game. He might not even play a lot. And if he does, he might only play the first half. So get ready. Those 238, 39 yards, whatever he needs, I will not be surprised if they try to get it this week. I'm telling you, I will not be surprised if they don't try to get it this week. They might try to go for the gusto and get it this week. Wilson Santiago says, people still asking for Diggs' brother to be a Cowboy. No, thank you. No. What they don't see, the Bills has been excelling without him. No. Dak isn't ready for those type of problems. Dak is not ready for those types of problems because Josh Allen couldn't handle those problems no more. CeeDee Lamb is the dog now. He the big dog now in the wide receiver room. Stephon Diggs ain't coming in to mentor CeeDee Lamb. Stephon Diggs wants the ball. And definitely don't bring him being coming off injury. Don't know what he's going to be out. No way. Wouldn't do it. Yeah, you talking about Pete Carroll. I'm going to do some digging on this, but I'm telling you, Pete Carroll has already put everybody on notice that he wants a job in the league. And I'm going to tell you this. I think Pete Carroll would be better for this team. I think he'd be better for this team than Mike McCarthy. I think he would be better for this team than Mike McCarthy. I'm old school. And when I look at the success the Cowboys have had, there are 2 coaches that have won Super Bowls. Tom Landry, Jimmy Johnson. Now, Tom Landry was different. He called all the plays. He was different. But Jimmy coached. Tom coached too. Jimmy coached the team. Pete Carroll is that type of coach. He coaches a team, both sides of the ball. He's very knowledgeable defensively. And everyone who talks about him talks about he builds a very good culture. And, a lot of us, we have short-term memory. But we may not realize some of the things we've said about Mike McCarthy inside of these 12-win seasons. Mike McCarthy's 12-win seasons, they never really look like 12-win seasons. And what I mean is they look like 12-win seasons, but they don't look like dominant seasons. You'll look at our 12-win seasons and you'll go, yeah, we got 12 games. But were we really dominant? What year? I don't recall, and let me think back. I'm trying to think of a year in one of the 12-win seasons. I'm trying to think of a year when we went into the end of that season and we said for sure, we were like, yeah, I think this is the year. And let me think back. I can't think of in the seasons where we were 12 wins. What was the year that we went into the playoffs and we literally said, yeah, I feel like we're the best team in the playoffs this year? I can't think of a season like that under Mike McCarthy, because I'll be honest with you. The year, Dak Prescott's rookie year under Mike McCarthy, that is the one year that we went into the playoffs and I said, no way. We're going to run through these teams, which I think we do run through those teams if we don't meet Aaron Rodgers in his prime. Aaron Rodgers was still in his prime when we came against Aaron Rodgers against Mike McCarthy, and I still find it to be ironic. The play they beat the Cowboys on, they didn't even run the play that Mike McCarthy sent in. Well documented. Mike McCarthy, Aaron Rodgers looked at the play and was like, this is trash. It's not going to work. One of the linemen said Aaron Rodgers literally drew that play up right there, right before they ran it. He said Aaron Rodgers basically made that play up. That tells you everything you need to know. It does. And in the Cowboys 12, in all of these 12-win seasons, which season was it? Which season was it that we went in thinking, I think we're gonna run through these teams? And I'm thinking the only year I could think was, and this is the one year I keep saying, this is the one I blame on Dak Prescott. It was the 2022 season. That's the one, the 2022. That one right there, San Francisco in Dallas. Dak Prescott makes one. For the most part, you think about the game. Dak Prescott made one mistake. And he made it so close to the end of the game, it cost him. Because when you look at that game, a lot of people don't look at stuff like this. I want you to think about what Dak Prescott did in the 2022 wildcard game. Dak Prescott in the 2022 wildcard game. Dak Prescott was 23 of 43, 254 yards, one touchdown, one interception. Look at what we did on the ground that day. This is the playoff game. Look at what we did on the ground. We were 12 for 31 with Zeke. We were 4 for 27 with Dak. Dak had a rushing touchdown also. We were 4 for 14 with Tony Pollard. We were 1 for 5 with CeeDee Lamb. So if you take out Dak Prescott, is this not a typical Mike McCarthy game? The Dallas Cowboys without Dak Prescott, they ran a grand total of 17 times. A grand total of 17 times, 21 times with Dak Prescott. And I'm going to show you, this is what I've been saying. This is why I want to get away from this number right here. I want the Dallas Cowboys to get away from this number right here. To throw the ball 43 times is way too many. That is way too many times. Dak Prescott threw the ball 43 times. 43 times, 254. When you throw the ball that much, that is more opportunities for turnovers and mistakes. It's more opportunities for turnovers and mistakes. And we look back at that game, and a lot of us say how good, and let's look at this again. We look back at these games, and we were talking about. I remember people talking about this even in the chat. Sometimes they were talking about how good we were against the San Francisco 49ers. Were we really? They had more total yards than we did. They had 172 passing yards, but this is the one that'll get you. They had 169 yards. They had 169 rushing yards. They were 5.4 yards a carry. Look at the time of possession. This is what happens when you throw the ball and you throw the ball and you throw the ball. Look at this. Look at how many times Dak Prescott was sacked. Look at how many times he was sacked. So my recollection of this game, I remember the interception, but what I didn't remember was, so let's think about this part. The San Francisco 49ers got up on us in the first quarter, 10-0. We went in at halftime, 16-7. We were down at the end of the third quarter, 23-7. Dak Prescott and this offense, they get rolling and they score 10 points, got it to 23-17. And what it was the Dak threw an interception while they were driving, getting ready to go down to make it 24-23. That's what wound up happening. But now that I look back on the game, well, how in the world are we down 23-7 at the end of the third quarter? We're down 23-7. So we're going to blame that all on Dak Prescott? Because last time I checked, Dak Prescott's not on defense. If they're going to hold us to 0 points, then why can't we hold them to 0 points? Oh, we did in the fourth quarter. But when you think about these quarters right here, 10, 6, and 7, 23, they're holding on for dear life. We get some momentum going, 10 points. We get to that last play. We get to that last drive or the second to the last drive, and then we throw that interception. But Mike McCarthy's 12-win teams, and folk who are even singing the praises of Mike McCarthy, they were saying that in those 12-win seasons. They were literally saying it too. Because anytime you look at those 12-win seasons, I just don't remember the seasons when we won those 12 games to where anyone was actually saying that we were the most dominant team in the NFC. I don't remember that. I'm sorry, I don't remember that. I don't remember the season. Somebody got to help. I don't remember anybody in those seasons when the Cowboys were 12 wins. I don't remember anybody saying we're the most dominant team in the NFC and we ought to go to the Super Bowl. I mean, everybody had us beating Green Bay. Did anybody have us winning past Green Bay? I just don't remember that kind of talk. It's easy to talk that talk now, but no one was talking that talk then. I just don't remember any of that kind of talk. I just don't. I don't remember it. Let's go down some and keep reading here. Let's start with D-Block. He said the defense is bananas. Yep, the Eagles' defense is bananas. And people keep acting like the Philadelphia Eagles are just Saquon Barkley. That team is not just Saquon Barkley. They have a defense that is built to win. Daniel M. said the Eagles' passing attack is pretty brutal this year, and I have to think that Pickett won't have a chance to get the ball to throw on to Brandon Smith because Mike and company will be on his bump. I think they're going to try to scheme to do it, but I just tell you how you stop a pass rush. You just run the ball. The Eagles have a golden opportunity because if I look at the Dallas Cowboys run defense versus their run defense, Rico versus our defense, or their defense, and Saquon versus our defense, if I'm the Philadelphia Eagles, I'm going to come out and give them a full dose this time, Saquon Barkley. Because both of these teams, not just one, both of them will have to set up the play action. Both of them will have to do it. And if they both set up the play action, which they both more than likely will, because I remember how Mike Zimmer stopped Saquon Barkley the first time. Mike Zimmer went single high safety on the Philadelphia Eagles. He went single high safety. And that was one of the reasons why he had no answer for Jalen Hurts. They're going to have to go single high safety again to stop Saquon Barkley and Gaineswell. They're going to have to go single high safety again. It's the only way they have a chance. And so Pickett will be able to go off the play action, and he's going to have some one-on-one opportunities because that's what they did to him the first time. They got one-on-one opportunities. And your one-on-one opportunity, depending upon how the Dallas Cowboys play this, if you run single high safety and you're coming up trying to stop the run, then you're going to leave the Philadelphia Eagles at least one of their receivers. I'm not worried about DeRon Bland on A.J. Brown man-to-man. Devontae Smith, I would be worried if they went man-to-man. I would go double on him and let DeRon Bland handle up on A.J. Brown. But then the other question becomes, so then who holds the slot receiver for the Philadelphia Eagles? Who holds him? I'm telling y'all, this Eagles team is loaded. Who holds their tight end? This Eagles team, y'all, I'm telling you, they're loaded. We don't understand they're loaded because we've been watching Saquon Barkley or looking at the highlights of Saquon Barkley thinking it's all Saquon Barkley. But it's not all Saquon Barkley. The reality is, man, this Eagles team is a complete team. Kevin said Washington split with the Eagles last season. NFC East rivalries are not always predictable. Yeah, a lot of times that stuff goes out the window. The scary thing is they are very young. Yep, talking about the Eagles. They got young real fast. And so are the Commanders. D-Block, if CD were playing Sunday, I would take the Cowboys to win. It would look a lot different. But, hey, D-Block, don't forget. CD played the last game. They only scored 6 points. At home. CD Lamb played the last game. And the Achilles heel was the Philadelphia Eagles got after Cooper Rush, and they're going to do it again. Philly's secondary is beatable. It's their front seven that's the problem. Q Cooper Rush. How many interceptions? That's what they did to him the last time, Robert. They got after Cooper Rush. They got after him. I mean, they didn't only get after him. They put him on the ground. I mean, they roughed him up. Dallas defense allows 24 yards a game. Okay, what are you talking about? Defense? Not yards, points. Oh, yeah, 24 points a game. Yeah, they do. D-Block said, I'm inclined to agree. You talking about if CD Lamb was playing. Yeah, Carter's going to be a huge problem for years to come. Yeah, these teams are all going to be younger. Nisi said the Commanders' defense are hurting the NFC East quarterbacks. Look how they are trying to get knee and head shots. They got Hurts. Woo! Wow. Didn't realize that. The Commanders haven't won in longer than the Cowboys. They're desperate. Yeah. I think a lot of teams are desperate right now. Robert said it would appear that Jerry and Michael conspiring to keep Trey off the field. Otherwise, why wouldn't you turn him loose now? It makes no sense. What is the reason other than what I explained earlier? They're saying that Cooper Rush might not be in Dallas next year. He's been a backup, I guess, his whole career. So I guess they're saying, let him go ahead and play these last 2 games. Willie T, what's going on? G. Hurts only runs his passing game is not great. It don't have to be great. I know his passing game isn't great, but I told you, Willie T, man, I've been watching Hurts for, and I'm pretty sure you have too, but I've been watching him since he came in the league. And Hurts always blows my mind because I'm telling you, man, 3 to 4 times a game, Hurts will complete a pass and you'll go, he's not supposed to do that. How do you get that? How do you get that pass in there? And Hurts is one of those quarterbacks where you look at his numbers, and Hurts' numbers, they don't tell you the game about him. They don't tell you the whole game about him. They're not telling you about his scrambles and the throws he's making on the run. They're not telling you about the 3rd and 1s he's getting that are automatic on these tush pushes. And if a 4th and 1 comes up, the goal line tush pushes. I mean, when you're looking at this, it's not telling you all that. But Jalen Hurts, when you look at his numbers, you're kind of like, he's destroying teams with those numbers. Because he's getting those numbers and he's doing things when they count. Whether it be keeping the drive going, whether it be getting him in goal line position. I mean, he just continues to make plays. And I don't mind how he's winning. Trust me, I do not mind. I do not mind. I mean, you look at the last game when he played the Cowboys. If you looked at this box score, you'd be like, well, he was all right. That's not what this looked like on the field. He was 14 of 20, 202, 2 TDs, and 1 interception. And if you look at that, you go, man, he wasn't really that great. Yeah, but the stuff he did, he killed the Cowboys. He killed them. I mean, you look at the player stats. Jalen Hurts was 14 for 20, 202. But this is where he hurt us. He went 7 for 56. This is how Dak was beating teams in that rookie year. And I'll be honest with you. This is championship football type numbers. If you can beat teams and your quarterback is going 7 for 56 on the ground with 2 touchdowns, 14 for 20, 202, and 2 touchdowns, he showed us that even when you stop Saquon Barkley, he's still very effective. Jalen Hurts, I'm telling you, man, people can say anything they want to about Jalen Hurts. This dude can hurt you in so many different ways. So many different ways, man, and he's doing it. He's doing it. I mean, it's inarguable. He's doing it. He's doing it. That's why they have so many wins. He is a part. When you put him and Saquon Barkley together, that's all you needed. It's the same thing with Lamar Jackson. You look at the game that Lamar Jackson had on, Sunday night. I mean, I don't even think Lamar Jackson completed, 15, 16 passes? But when you got him doing that through the air, him doing what he does on the ground, Derrick Henry doing what he does on the ground. Hard to stop, man. Hard to stop. I'm telling you. This is why Dak was so effective in that rookie year. This is why he was so effective. He was an extension of the run game. He didn't have to have great numbers. But then you look at the scoreboard or you look at the box score and you're like, wow, this dude scored like 2 or 3 touchdowns. I mean, I'm telling you, man, I like it. Yeah, I'm saying the same thing, Crush. He might have his best game against us because what if they decide to go for the 239 on Sunday? What if they decide to go for it then? I mean, I'm telling you, man, this is going to be a different game down in Philly. I hear all this talk. Michael Parsons talking about F Philly, and I'm telling you, this is going to be a different game over in Philly. We should have got him here. It's going to be a different game in Philly. Gee, you're not sure you try to be real or you're a closet Eagles fan? No, I'm not an Eagles fan. I'm just calling it like it is. I mean, everything I'm saying is true about Jalen Hurts. It's the bottom line. Because I keep hearing how people keep saying, man, Jalen Hurts, he ain't this, he ain't that. Yeah, he just winning. I wish we did this in Dallas. I wish we did this in Dallas. I wish we just worried about winning. We didn't worry about how flashy the quarterback, how flashy Dak is, because there's a lot of pressure on Dak. If Dak ain't putting up crazy numbers, everybody else can put up numbers that are pedestrian, not Dak. Dak can't put up pedestrian numbers. If Dak put up pedestrian numbers, he ain't good enough. He put up world beater numbers. He passed the stats. Dak can't win with folk. I want us to get to the point, and this is why I hope the Dallas Cowboys take this team in the direction of the 90s Cowboys next year. Dallas Cowboys paid Troy Aikman too during his time. Troy Aikman didn't give them no Tom Brady discount. They paid Troy Aikman. But they turned the team into a run-heavy team. A run-heavy team. I wish the Cowboys would do the same thing. Turn this into a run-heavy team. Dak Prescott only throws the ball 20 to 25 times, but when he throws it, he makes it count. You let him go downfield 4 times a game. Get him them wide receivers to where he can get behind the cornerbacks, get behind the safeties. Let him go deep 4 or 5 times a game. Let him keep his seam routes to the tight end. Dak throws those better than anybody almost. Let him eat off play action 20 to 25 times a game and turn this team into a run-centric team. I would love next year for this Dallas Cowboy team, Dak Prescott throwing 250 maximum a game. Maybe there's a game every now and then. Maybe next year there's 2 games. Dak got to have a shootout. You know, he let us know he's still the man. He throw about 350. Let Dak Prescott throw about 3 touchdowns a game off play action. Get us a running back in here. Get us a run game in here. And I'd like to see that run game every single week running for like $150, $175. You get us a run game in here with $150, $175, making sure we got a running back that can be a home run hitter. We got guys on the outside when we need them. This team will be exactly what it needs to be. Exactly what it needs to be. But our problem is right now, we put way too much on Dak Prescott. And I love what the Eagles did. We're not putting this on. I'm not going to put this on Jalen Hurts. That's what they did. That's why we're saying the stuff that we're saying. Oh, it's Saquon Barkley. Everybody's saying it's everything but Jalen Hurts until you look at the box scores and look at his numbers. Jalen is balling out quietly, and he's not doing it flashy. Wicked, what's going on? Yes, sir. Get them likes up. Make sure you hit that like button. Wicked says Cam Newton finally said Justin Fields should be given an opportunity to grow up the Steelers. He called out the Bears, too, in how they handled Justin Fields. Man, Wicked, let me tell you something. I said it before. The Chicago Bears missed an opportunity of a lifetime. Caleb Williams, don't get me wrong. Caleb Williams makes some throws that make you go, whoa. But to say that Caleb Williams is a generational quarterback, I'm like, wait. Pump the brakes on all this generational quarterback stuff. But when there's a quarterback that everybody wants the way everybody wanted, Caleb Williams, and you already got Justin Fields, you could have set this team up for at least 3 seasons. There were teams that were willing to give up the farm for Caleb Williams. I mean the farm. There are teams that were willing to give up at least, 3 first-rounders? Because I keep saying if Trey Lance got commanded what he got, what do you think Caleb Williams would have got? I would have given up Caleb Williams if there was a team willing to offer me 2 2s, 2 1s, and 2 2s. I want your number 1 and your number 2 the next 2 seasons. There were teams that would have gave up 2 1s and 2 2s. They would have gave it up, and I would have gladly took it. There might have even been a team that would have gave you 3 threes for Caleb Williams. If I'm the Bears, I would have taken it. I'd have kept Justin Fields. I'd have gave Justin Fields another year or two. All right, let's see what you're going to do. We're going to put more players around you. And if you don't pan out in the second year, guess who is coming out of the draft this year? It's not a quarterback-heavy draft. You got Shedeur Sanders. You got Shedeur Sanders. You use your draft pick now to say, hey, Justin Fields didn't pan out. I'll use this draft pick, this extra one I got. I'll get back at the top of the first. I'll get Shedeur, or I'll get Cam Ward, or I'll wait another season. Maybe you get the Manning kid. I think he'll be able to come out. What is it, next year? After next season? They missed a golden opportunity. I would have at least saw what Justin Fields was for another 2 years. I liked Justin Fields in college. I did. I liked Justin Fields in college. Marlon says, Willie G. See, I keep catching you, Willie. What's going on, Willie? Now, I keep catching you in these lies. I keep catching you with these facts, bro. Now, it's funny you said I didn't want the Cowboys to win another game. That's why I was calling for CeeDee Lamb not to play no more. When I clearly said CeeDee Lamb didn't need to be playing, because what were they playing for? Isn't it strange? They followed exactly what I said. Stop playing, Willie. Now, see, you call it rooting against the Cowboys because I'm not like everyone else. No, I'm just telling the truth. I'm telling you what we are and what I see. Because if I'm only going to just say the Cowboys are going to win every single week, then how am I being objective? You want me to be subjective. No, I got to be objective. I got to call it like I see it. And the Cowboys, I believe, at least I hope they are, they should be looking at this even more in detail than I am, and realizing what we are and what we need to work on in order to be the team that we supposedly want to be. But I'm sorry, I was not in La La Land. I don't care what anyone says. You can call it rooting against or rooting for. There was no way we were making a playoff run with Cooper Rush. I don't care what anyone says. We were not making a playoff run with Cooper Rush. And everything we were seeing was showing us this. We want to lop off the Houston Texans and the Philadelphia Eagles and say we won 4 of the last 5. Nope, we're 4-3 in the last 7 games with Cooper Rush. We're 4-3. End of story, we are. And we hadn't even got to the last 2 games to even know what we're going to look like yet. And if CD and Jalen Hurts is playing this week, how do you think we look? Because we're not as good as Philadelphia with CD and Jalen playing. And I even think this week, I'm not sure if, I don't even think we're better than them now. But as I keep saying every single week, I got to give Mike Zimmer credit. Mike Zimmer continues to pull the rabbit out of the hat. Every single week. Every single week. Even if he does give up 20 points. Mike Zimmer seems to be able to bend but not break. Mike Zimmer seems to be able to put the game plan together that is good enough to say, if we can hold them to 20 points or less, and if y'all don't make mistakes on offense, we'll win the game. So that's exactly what he's done. That's exactly what he's done. But as far as this offense goes, I'm sorry. I do not understand anybody who thinks we've been killing it on offense. I don't understand anybody who thinks we've been killing it. There is one game that you can say we killed it in. This is the Carolina Panthers game. But when you look at these other games, how do you score 3 points in the second half? So we're proud of that. It's not sustainable. And I keep saying this because we say we want to get better. But what we're seeing is the same old stuff. No, it's just wrapped different. It's wrapped different, but it's the same stuff. When do we actually start being different? And if you don't like that or anybody else don't like that, I don't know what else to tell you. I'm not going to sit up here and lie and act like we've had this vast improvement when we've played weaker teams. This is actually the easy part of the schedule. The Cowboys actually expected to dominate this part of the schedule with the starters, even with the young guys, even with the offensive line woes. The expectation was they were going to dominate this part of the schedule anyway. I'm just not on the Cooper Rush bandwagon. I don't care who is. You can be on it you want to. I'm not a bandwagon rider. I know what Cooper Rush is. And he has shown us nothing but he is who he is. Average 2 touchdowns per game. This offense averages 2 touchdowns per game with Cooper Rush. Show me where I'm lying. Show me. Am I lying or what? Show me where I'm lying. No touchdowns, 1 touchdown, 2 touchdowns, 2 touchdowns, 2 touchdowns, 3 touchdowns, and really they 2 touchdowns, and I'm talking about offensively. This is what the offense averages, not him, the offense. 2 touchdowns, 2 touchdowns. Show me where I'm lying. You go back to Dak Prescott in 2022. Show me where this offense under Dak Prescott averaged 2 touchdowns. 32, 38, 33, 41, 45, 49, 33, 28, 43. Tell me, when does Cooper Rush put up this? 38-3, 30-10, 40-0. Show me. I'm not rooting against the Cowboys. I'm telling you what they are. I'm just telling you what they are. And I'm telling us this because if we don't start seeing that this team is what it is right now, we're going to be having the same complaints. We're going to have the same complaints until Jerry Jones says, and I think this is what's going through Jerry Jones' head. I could be totally wrong. Jerry Jones said on the radio, I don't care what the end of this season is. Jerry said it's a failure. Jerry said that. Jerry said, I don't care how we finish. It's a failure. I agree. It's a failure. I'm happy. Yeah, we've won these games, but I can't escape it's a failure. And I'm built different. I've been around a long time as far as the Cowboys goes. And I've been around when the NFC was absolutely dominant. And while people don't like the Redskins, they don't like the Philadelphia Eagles, they didn't like the Giants. Well, we didn't run around, at least in my era, as far as I can remember. We didn't run around in denial talking about, yeah, man, you know what? I hate the Giants. Lawrence Taylor ain't good. What? What are you talking about? We didn't walk around because the team we're playing, we want to beat them. We didn't walk around talking about the team ain't no good. Yeah, man, Ron Jaworski really ain't that good. We didn't walk around saying that stuff. Yeah, man, Phil Simms, we didn't walk around talking about Phil Simms not that good. No, because we looked at teams and we were saying, no, that team is good. The NFC used to be absolutely dominant. I mean, it was battles to the finish in the NFC back in the day, man. People do not understand how good the NFC has actually been, in particular the NFC East. With them doggone Washington Redskins. I mean, this NFC East has been dominant. And we didn't talk like that. But, I guess today people expect that if it's your rival team, then you can't say how good that team is. Well, if you can't admit how good that team is, then no wonder you're shocked when they lose. I mean, no wonder you're shocked. I'm not shocked. And none of the stuff that's happening with the Cowboys, I'm not shocked at all. And I'm not impressed as some people are going down the stretch of this season, because I also understand that we're not playing the kind of competition that we played early on in the season. And even now, when you look at the Philadelphia Eagles, see, now we're coming back around to the cycle of the last two games, in particular the Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, I'm telling you, the Philadelphia Eagles is exactly what I want the Cowboys to be next year, a team. I want them to be a team. And not be a team where we got one of our players or two of our players taking backhand shots at our quarterback. Or our quarterback having to say that our team isn't practicing hard. People not knowing their assignments. I mean, everything we're talking about with the Cowboys this year showed they were not on the same page as a team. And even now, they don't seem to be, as much as they say they are, they still don't seem to be on the same page as a team. We need to get a team. And that's what I keep looking at. How do we get this team to get together? And it's going to be hard to do that with the quarterback not being out there right now. Dank said Irvin's hands were like glue. No doubt. No doubt. Irvin was a different type of monster, man. Yeah, I'm the same way. What's going on, Jay Recruiter? Good to see you tonight. Yeah, I'm with you, man. Kenny Pickett is better than Cooper Rush. No doubt about it. Yeah, I said it too. He's better than Cooper Rush. He is. Jared says, Mother Brody never believed in Cooper Rush. And also he's sick of the narratives about Dak and Rush. He's debunked them all for months. Cooper Rush, man, he's a backup. Nothing more, nothing less. I mean, that's it. He's it. He's nothing more than the backup. And I'm laughing how we still try to create a narrative. We try to create a narrative around Cooper Rush and say, yeah, man, he 4 out of the last 5. Yeah, but he's also 4 out of the last 3. I mean, he 4 out of the last 7. So we get to throw away the Eagles and the Houston Texans. No, you don't get to throw that stuff away. It's the same thing with Mike McCarthy. And this is why Jerry said, this season, no matter how it ends, it is a failure. It's a failure. Why? Because Jerry is looking at this season in totality. And even when you look at Mike McCarthy, I'm telling you, I don't understand how people are sold on Mike McCarthy, because when I look at the Bengals and when I look at the Buccaneers game, you can go back and look at these things for yourself. I'm not making this up. Mike McCarthy in situational football is atrocious. Mike McCarthy in time management is atrocious. Mike McCarthy in his play calling decision is absolutely atrocious. Midway through the fourth quarter, there's no answer for Rico Dowdle, and you continue to pass the ball? Not making it up. We got the tape. We got the stats. Tampa Bay Buccaneers game. You're telling me you could only muster a field goal in the second half? We're not watching a blip. We're watching a trend. We're watching a trend with Mike McCarthy. We're going to get more of the same. And I won't be surprised. Yeah, we get 12 wins, but it's more of the same. It's just more of the same. Janie Scott said the 90s Cowboys were all about business. They got the job done. Can't touch this. I loved it. And the difference was Jimmy built a team. Jimmy made sure Jerry was hands off. Jimmy made sure of it. The problem with this team right now, Jerry's too hands on. He is. He's too hands on. Freddie says, I'm telling you people, Big LA used the lineup and tell the opposing D, now look here, I'm coming along with me And my big Nate behind him will be Moose Johnston, and behind him will be Emmett Prey. Yeah, you talk about that big boy Larry Allen, boy. Man, I'm telling you. The Dallas Cowboys were a team back then. They were ultra talented. But the reason why I give Jimmy so much credit is the same reason why I give Phil Jackson so much credit. I give those two coaches credit because when you can coach egos, when you can coach a bunch of players who are supremely talented, and the only thing you really have to manage is their egos, and you can do that and win and not fuss and not fight, not point fingers, not try to be the star of the show. And the thing about those 90s Cowboys, they knew who the stars were. We're a great team. And we have no problem uplifting Emmitt Smith. No problem uplifting Michael Irvin. No problem uplifting Troy, because those three players had no problem uplifting the line, uplifting the defense, Darren Woodson, all those guys. They were a team. It was not about brands with them. It was not about what we're going to do after football with them. It was not, let me tell you something. We're going to play hard, and then when this game over, we're going to party hard. We practice hard, we play hard, we destroy teams, and then we party hard. That's what they did in that cycle. That's what they did. This is what they did. I'm just telling you, man, they were different. And I'm hoping we can do the same thing with this team as the future goes on. Richard said Zim's defense holds them to 21 points. We win this game 28-21. Well, I'll disagree with you on this, Richard. There is no way. And I hope you be back Sunday after the game and you say I told you so. There is no way we're scoring 28 points on the Philadelphia Eagles. There's no way, man. There is no way we're scoring 28 points on the Philadelphia Eagles without CeeDee. With CeeDee Lamb, we wasn't scoring 28 points. We were not scoring 28 points. And I'm going to tell you why we were not scoring 28 points. Because we've only had one game where we even scored 30 points. 26, 20, 27, 26, 10, 6, 27, 24, 9, 17, 20, 25, 33. We haven't scored 28 points with the exception of 2 games. And I don't believe that Cooper Rush can score and even get this team in position to score. I don't think he can score 28 points. He hadn't done it so far, other than the Panthers. And how many times did we turn the Panthers over in that game? I mean, what? It literally took, you think about this. You scored 30 points. You got 6 sacks, 2 fumbles, and 2 interceptions, and you scored 30 points. You give this to most teams, man, they're up there in the 40s. 6 sacks and 4 turnovers? Man, and we only scored 30 then. I'm telling you, this offense with Cooper Rush, it averages 2 touchdowns. Not Cooper Rush, the offense averages 2 touchdowns. Averages. That means some of those games, they're less than 2 even. They're less than 2. Because I don't even think he's averaged 2 touchdowns in his start. But I'm saying that's what his usual is. Because we already saw against the Eagles earlier in the year, scored no touchdowns. He scored absolutely no touchdowns. And then the last time we saw him against, the time before that, in 2022, when we saw him against the Eagles, he couldn't muster Philadelphia Eagles 2 touchdowns. That's what he got then. I'm telling you, This stat with the Cowboys and Cooper Rush is astounding. It's literally astounding that this is what you average as an offense. Because typically teams, if a quarterback is averaging, let's say, 2 touchdowns a game, but you're still also getting your team in position to where they can score, run the ball in the red zone. We're terrible in the red zone. When we get there, we're terrible at it. We're not really getting there a lot, and that's another reason why Brandon Aubrey is going to be the MVP of the team. Because Brandon Aubrey has literally outscored everybody on the team because Brandon Aubrey is averaging, what, 4 or 5 field goals a game? I mean, you just go down the line, man. Brandon Aubrey, I mean, look at the amount of field goals. I think he, 3, 4 there? 2 here? 3, 4, 3, 4 here? 2 here? 1 here? 3 there? I mean, Brandon Aubrey is just 1 here, 2 here, 2 here. Brandon Aubrey has been killing it, especially since Cooper Rush took over. Look how many he's been scoring with Cooper Rush. 4, 3, 4, 2. 2, 3, 4. I don't think there's any way, Richard, that we score 28 points against the Philadelphia Eagles unless we pick 6 Kenny Pickett. Unless we pick 6 Kenny Pickett, Michael Parsons strip sacks, fumbles, get it and return it, or we get returns. It is the only way we score 4 touchdowns. We haven't showed we can score 4 touchdowns on anybody this year. Anyway. Willie T, Pickett is not that good. You're giving him way too much credit. Well, it's not that I'm giving him way too much credit. I want you to remember what I said. Cooper Rush and no CD versus Pickett, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Saquon Barkley. I'll take Kenny Pickett to score more than Cooper Rush on our defense. We're going to have our hands full. We really are. We're going to really, really have our hands full. Because at the end of the day, I've already told you, I'm not worried about DaRon Bland. What I'm worried about is the same thing that happened the last time we played the Philadelphia Eagles. Who other than DaRon Bland? What's the plan? Mike Zimmer, single high safety. That's how we stopped Saquon Barkley last time. Single high safety. DaRon Bland will be able to handle A.J. Brown. The question is, will they double Devontae Smith? Will they double Devontae Smith and try to shut that down and then relegate it to whoever's playing the slot receiver and do that with Kenny Pickett? Or do you force Kenny Pickett to take the chance on the one-on-one with A.J. Brown? Or does Kenny Pickett get the tight end involved? I see the strategy, and without Jalen Hurts, Kenny Pickett doesn't have the wheels. So I don't really see necessarily a high-scoring game unless the thing that I think Kenny Pickett is going to do, the thing that Kenny Pickett is going to do that Jalen Hurts does not do. Kenny Pickett is going to go down the field. Because I'm telling you, man, the moment he came in the game, I was like, bro, somebody come get Kenny Pickett. Kenny Pickett stepped in the game going downfield. I said, hey, man, somebody come get Kenny Pickett. So I think Kenny Pickett has more weapons. He has more weapons than Cooper Rush. His front 7 is way better than what we're working with. Philadelphia, even without Jalen Hurts, is better than the Dallas Cowboys with Cooper Rush. They just got a better team. All they took out was Jalen Hurts. That's it. All they took out is Jalen Hurts. Kenny Pickett is better than Cooper Rush. Probably not saying a whole lot. Kenny Pickett is better than Cooper Rush. Blue Star says, I feel like Jerry, since he's running out of time, Jerry has to surprise all of us and go get some dogs for the football team next season so we can overcome those damn injuries, protect Dak at all costs. That's why I keep saying I think he's going to do something that is probably uncharacteristic of Jerry, and I'm really interested to see how this all plays into the Netflix special. Niecy, Mike McCarthy's not a motivator like Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy kept it simple. And you notice, this is why I keep saying, Niecy and everybody, about Mike McCarthy this year. And this is one of the things that has me frustrated about this team. We've made this all about Mike McCarthy. Meanwhile, we got like 30-something players with no contracts and coaches with no contracts. And we acting like this is all about Mike McCarthy. Nah, man, these dudes are coaching for jobs. That's number one. Number two, and while there are people who have been talking about Mike McCarthy, why are they motivated now more for McCarthy to keep his job more in a losing season than I've ever seen some of them in the seasons where they were 12 wins? I hadn't seen some of these people talking the way they talked in the 12-win seasons. This team has a motivation problem. It has a chemistry problem. How do you step on a field with injuries and a backup expecting to make a run? I never believed it. I never believed it. It never made sense to me. It never made sense. Carl Aber, we talked about it earlier. Josh of Buffalo, he had that broke hand all season. He had it all season. I'm just telling you, Carl, what Tom Brady said. Tom Brady said it's no big deal to have a left hand broke. That's what the GOAT said. Tom Brady said left hand don't matter. That's what Tom said. He said left hand don't matter. So if the left hand don't matter, then it don't matter. It don't matter. Jay Recruiter said Eagles got lucky and beat the Niners with their third string quarterback. Are you talking about this season? Or are you talking about that season when they knocked the elbow loose of Brock Purdy in the playoffs? Jay Recruiter, 14 penalties, beat the Cowboys against the Niners. You talking about when in that game that I talked about when it was 23-17? And it's crazy, Jay Recruiter, man. I need to go back and look at that game because, I mean, I remember people giving the defense so much credit in that game. Maybe they're talking about the second game when we played them in San Francisco, of which I don't know. Once Tony Pollard went down in those games, it was terrible. So I don't know if we even had a chance in that. Danny, what's going on? What is going on? Good to see you. Xavier Rivera says Cooper Rush is not even close to being better than Dak. Yeah, I don't think he's better than Kenny Pickett either. But like I said, man, in this Eagles game, boy, I'm just telling you. When it comes to Mike Zimmer, I'm not taking anything away from Zimmer. Zimmer has been the one coach on this team. This man has done more with less every single week. Every single week, he's done more with less. No matter who got injured, Mike Zimmer rose to the occasion, and Mike Zimmer just always seems to be able to win he always seems to know the assignment. He always seems to do whatever they ask him to do. He does. But I'll tell you this. I do think what the Cowboys need to do, if they really want to beat the Eagles, I think they need to run the ball. I think they need to intently get back to running the football. I think if they run the football and they run it patiently, I think they could keep this game extremely, extremely close. And I think they could maybe find a way to beat the Philadelphia Eagles. Let me put down a couple of scores here, what I think they could probably do. Because I'm going to give Zimmer some more credit. I think if there's anybody who can frustrate Kenny Pickett, I think it's Mike Zimmer. I think Mike Zimmer has enough of that old school dog experience to where he's going to find a way to be able to frustrate Kenny Pickett. And so I think with both of these teams, I think it comes down to also, hold on, I'm putting down a couple scores here. If the Cowboys can come out and get on top of the Eagles the way that they did the Buccaneers, I think the Cowboys got a great chance of winning this game. I think you have a great chance of winning this game. Because, like I said, the one thing that Kenny Pickett does not have, and the one thing that really destroyed the Cowboys the last outing was Jalen Hurts. 2 tubs through the air, 2 tubs on the ground. Kenny Pickett is just not going to get you that. Kenny Pickett will not get you that. Hold on a second. I'm putting down a couple scores. But I'm telling you, I'm very interested to see, because I'll be honest with you. I mean, this isn't even a Cooper Rush discussion to me. I think Dak Prescott would have a hard time beating this Eagles team without CeeDee Lamb. I think even Dak Prescott would have a hard time. I do. I think he would have a seriously hard time, because who's your offense? And this is what this team has to correct in the draft. Who is your doggone offense if you don't have CeeDee Lamb? Because even if you have Rico Dowdle, okay, I'll stop Rico Dowdle. Who are you going to throw the ball to? They have really got to fix this in the draft. They have got to fix this. They have got to fix this. And I think one of the biggest problems is, even though they have Jonathan Mingo and they have Ryan Flournoy, they're just not West Coast receivers. They're just not West Coast receivers. All this 1, 2, 3, throw it. Every wide receiver is not built for that. That's not every wide receiver's game. And so I'm very interested to see, because, I mean, where do the Cowboys get their offense this week? Where do they get it? I mean, CeeDee Lamb has really been, for the last 2 seasons, CeeDee Lamb for us has actually been that dominant. I mean, y'all think about this. CeeDee Lamb has literally been, as far as the wide receivers go, I'm just guessing a number off the top of my head. What has he been? 60%? Dak to CeeDee Lamb, and now Dak to Cooper Rush has been what, 60%? 60% of the offense? 50%? I mean, if they're 45 to 55% of the offense, and then you take out that piece that's getting you to 45 to 50% of the offense, where's the offense going to come from this week? That's where I'm concerned. And the only place that I think that it can come, and I just don't know if Mike McCarthy is going to be that determined to do it. They're going to have to run the ball, man. That's the bottom line. They're going to have to run the ball. I see no other way to do it. I see no other way to do it. They are going to have to go. They're going to have to run the ball. They're going to have to run the ball. I just don't know any other way they can do it. 70 fan, what's going on? 70 fan said everybody's really chatty tonight. yeah, they are. Everybody's really chatty. Randy Gregory made a bonehead mistake too. Oh, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes. Yeah. If y'all talking about that 49ers game, that's the one that I kind of mentioned. You talking about when they went 23, threw the ball 43 times? Yeah, man, I'm telling you. Mike Norris, what's going on? He says, when I was growing up, when you threw the ball, nothing but bad. I think it's even similar today. I even think it's similar today, man. If you're going to throw the ball a tremendous amount of times, it's just that much more times that you have to make mistakes. It is. Willie T said, Cowboy fans are always saying they're going to the Super Bowl. You're right about it, man. You're right about it, for sure. You're right about it. You're right about it. Cowboys hater herder. He said, where the F is the Mingo package? It better be this week. It better be this week. I'm telling you, Cowboys hater herder, because I'm actually wondering, where are we going to get the offense? Because we've seen this team with CD Lamb against this defense, and they scored 6 points. Where are we going to get the offense? I'm very, very concerned. I'm very, very concerned. Where do we get the offense? 70s fan, this isn't our season, but you Eagle fans, get ready. The Cowboys are coming. Yeah, I think, and it seems like the boys and the Eagles, they seem to be kind of back and forth on this NFC. It's the NFC's year in some respects, because getting Saquon Barkley and how good they actually did in the draft, the Philadelphia Eagles really set themselves up. And I think where we made a mistake is we won't go get the skill players in the top part of the draft. I just think you got to get those wide receivers and running backs if you can. You got to get those guys at the top of the draft. And we just haven't done that in a while. I mean, we got to get somebody to get these wide receivers and get a wide receiver at the top of the draft. Big Sarge says, why you mad at Dak remaining QB1 of the Cowboys? He's still going to be starter regardless. There it is, Big Sarge. I'm loving it too. Can't wait till he get back. Can't wait till Dak Prescott get back. Ready for it. Robert M. said, Cowboys rush versus Philly, November. Yep. 13 for 23, 45 yards. And that was with CD Lamb. Now, I think the difference could be is if they can figure out a way to run the ball with Rico Dowdle, maybe they can set some things up for Cooper Rush. But if they don't, it's going to be hard, man. It's going to be hard for them. 70s fans said, but Hurts can beat Dak Prescott, Zeke in his prime on the Eagles. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Janie Scott says the Cowboys need a pit bull mentality. And that's my issue with Mike McCarthy, because he's not that type of coach. I think as easygoing as Pete Carroll is, Pete Carroll could actually bring that mentality to the Cowboys. Because those Seattle Seahawks teams, man, they were nasty. They were absolutely nasty. I'm just wondering if Pete Carroll is going to enter into the chat as far as the Cowboys coaching job goes, because he's put it out there for everybody. They said he is looking for a job. I mean, he's looking for a job. I'm with you, Freddie. Freddie says it don't matter what anyone says, like it or not, Dak is worth exactly what Jerry agreed to pay him, and there's nothing that you know anyone else can do about it. I'm in total agreement with you. I am in total agreement with you. CP, what's going on? He says you're right. Historically, the franchise has been about running the ball in a dominant defense. We won chips every time except when Romo got hurt because it was too late and his body fell apart. And you think about it, CP, Zeke was supposed to be for Romo. Zeke was supposed to be for Romo. He was. Cowboys fans have disappointment in Dak, but they should be disappointed in the guy who continue to sign Dak to these contracts. I know that Dak is going to be the quarterback for the next 3 years unless he gets injured and he can't play. Dak's going to be great. You watch what I tell you. Yeah, Dak's going to be great. I guarantee you. G, my issue with what you're saying is we don't know if Fields can throw if Fields can throw the ball. I think he can throw the ball. You talking about Justin Fields playing for the Bears? Oh, I think he can throw the ball. And let's be for real, Jared. Two things. Fields, because I saw him in college, and I thought Fields was going to be good when he came to the pros. Fields needs some more development as far as throwing the ball, but he can run the ball way better than I expected. But Caleb Williams, man, I got to admit, since I've been watching Caleb Williams has actually thrown some passes that have literally made me do a double take. He threw about 3 passes last night even that I was like, man, you get this dude, if you get him the right players around him, the right coach, Caleb Williams is going to be a problem. Caleb Williams is going to be a problem. But I'll tell you this, Jared, one thing I would never do, I would never go play for the Chicago Bears. Not as a quarterback. They're quarterback killers. Them, the Cleveland Browns, Carolina Panthers, quarterback killers. I'm not playing for them. I just wouldn't play for them. Whoever going to get me, they're going to have to get some draft picks because I wouldn't play for those teams. I wouldn't. But that's why I was saying, Jared, what I would have done because of the way people wanted Caleb Williams, man, when you get people who want a player like that and you already got a quarterback, man, I would have strongly considered trading that joker. I'd have strongly considered trading that draft pick. Strongly considered it, bro. Man, you could have set the franchise up and got you another quarterback a couple of years down the road if Justin don't turns out. 70s fan, the Bears ownership sucks. Yep, that's why I wouldn't play for him. I wouldn't play for him. I wouldn't. Yeah, Dak's contract is fully guaranteed. Even if they cut him, he's still getting paid $200 million. So there's really no way to get from under Dak's contract. Okay, so they're saying Manning won't come out to 2027. Willie T. Caleb Williams looked just as bad as Fields did with the Bears. Yeah, but like I said, Willie, I think the Bears are quarterback killers. But I don't know if you watched the game last night. I watched Caleb play a few times. Some of the passes that he throws, man, you just know. Now, this dude right here, he going to be all right. But that's why I say people do not understand, man, Patrick Mahomes. And I remember how Lamar Jackson was acting. And even Aaron Rodgers doesn't realize. When you get the opportunity to go to a team that is a winning team, that is much better than being the number 1 overall draft pick. Those number 1 overall draft picks, they don't always get the opportunity to shine. They go through coordinators, they go through coaches, they go through heartaches and pains because they're getting beat up, because the teams are typically in rebuilds. There are all kinds of problems that happens with those types of quarterbacks. Patrick Mahomes going to Kansas City was the best thing that could have happened to him. How do you get to go to the best coach in the league, best play caller in the league, top 5 defensive coordinator, and there's already great players on the team? How many chances do you get that opportunity? And you play behind for 1 year a quarterback who was very underrated, very knowledgeable of the game, and understood that you were going to take his place, but still took you under his wing and showed you how to be a professional. Lamar Jackson gets to go to the Baltimore Ravens. They're already winning. They were already a winning franchise. They just needed a new quarterback. Shedeur Sanders, he's going to go to the Las Vegas Raiders, I'm sure. But imagine if Shedeur Sanders could go to a team like the Philadelphia Eagles. What if he could go to the Detroit Lions? Shedeur, just right out of college, straight to the Detroit Lions, straight to the Minnesota Vikings. And I'm using those 3 teams because they are the most complete teams. Imagine if he could go to one of those three teams. I mean, even imagine Shedeur Sanders going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. They give him another wide receiver, another running back, and then Shedeur. They already got a good defense. Count yourself blessed as a quarterback when you can go to those situations. Dak Prescott went to a team that was literally built for Tony Romo. Even though it fell apart about two years in, it was built for Tony Romo. They go back now and said that Dak Prescott should have went bottom of the first, top of the second. Well, if Dak Prescott would have went bottom of the first, he'd have went to a bad team more than likely. He goes top of the second. He probably goes to a bad team. Cowboys were not a bad team when he went on it. And so that's really what you would like to do as a quarterback. And so Caleb Williams, I think Caleb Williams is going to be okay. I really do. 70s fan said, can people not see the Cowboys have been the same team on offense since Dak Prescott went down? I just don't think we're seeing anything different, 70s fan. I mean, we're acting like we're seeing a whole lot of new stuff. We're actually not seeing a lot of new stuff. What we're seeing is weaker schedule. We're seeing a weaker schedule, and we're seeing the team get healthy. They're playing better defense. For whatever reason, they're all saying we finally get Mike Zimmer's defense. I thought that's what you had I thought that's what the training camp was for. Even though we know Micah Parsons didn't show up to a part of that. CeeDee Lamb was not in that. But it's like they're just now starting to get some of this stuff. It's crazy to me. Kevin says, hello, you hit the nail on the head. We were predicted to dominate the second half of the season. Yep. Everybody knew it. Everybody was saying if we could just get to the Atlanta game and be 500, we were going to dominate from that point forward. I think we were going to win the Falcon game until Mike McCarthy decided to do a fake punt on our own 30-something yard line and turned a 14-10 game to a 21-10 game. And even in that game, Rico Dowdle was running well. He refused to run the ball. I'm telling you, man, Mike got tendencies. Mike does not like to run the ball. He does not like to run the ball. And that's why I'm very interested on Sunday. What is he going to do? Big Sarge, he didn't cut Romo for Dak. Dak was winning as Romo was hurt, and he was convinced by the team to keep Dak as QB1. That's right. And the reality is Dak beat him out. And the guy who really fought for Dak was Jason Garrett. And Jason Garrett was able to get Stephen Jones on his side. Because they were like, why go to Romo? We're dominating. And I don't blame that loss on Dak Prescott because Dak brought him all the way back and got the lead. Got the lead. Boy, that play that Aaron Rodgers drew up in the sand. And then that Matt, what's his name? Matt Crosby, the field goal that curved out and went in. Boy, it was a heartbreaker. Heartbreaker. Romo wasn't cut. He was out of his contract and retired after the season. If I'm not mistaken, his contract wasn't up. The Romo out was kind of weird. Let me look here. I remember there was some talk about that because the Cowboys were still paying Romo, actually. The Cowboys were still paying Romo. And that's what a lot of people don't understand, that they were paying Romo during the Dak Prescott. Yeah, they actually released Tony Romo. Yeah, they released him. Now, here's the crazy part. Whole lot of stuff around this Tony Romo stuff. So it says that Tony Romo was cut by the Dallas Cowboys at his request. He was cut by the Dallas Cowboys after it was his request to be cut from the Cowboys. But we got to realize something too, man. Romo was old. Romo was old, and his body gave out on him. Romo was 36, 37. Romo was old, man. It was time for Romo to go. There was a lot of hoopla around this. I remember. So Romo asked to be released. And it says here, if Romo had filed his retirement papers while still on the Cowboys roster, he would have cost the club $19.6 million toward the salary cap in 2017. By releasing him prior to retirement, the Cowboys can split the charge over the next 2 seasons. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. A lot of people didn't realize Romo was still getting paid by the Cowboys even in the Prescott tenure. He will now cost $10.7 million against the salary cap in 2017 and $8.9 million in 2018. So, yeah, the Cowboys actually cut him at his request. All sounds strange to me. All sounds strange to me. But like I said, Romo was old, man. Romo's body gave out on him. That's why I keep telling people, man, Dak's not going to be like Romo. Dak's not going out like Romo. Dak is taking care of his body. Dak's going to spend some money on his body. And Dak will be the quarterback for this team the next 3 years. The NFC won the Super Bowl 3 seasons in a row in the mid-'80s. Man, I'm telling you, boy, people do not understand how dominant the NFC East used to be. Freddie, Romo was not cut. He played out his deal and retired. No, he didn't retire. I remember that. He didn't retire. I just read it to you. Yeah, Romo didn't retire. Romo was actually cut. Romo was cut. Now, the way they cut him, it was at his request. And I remember the talk about this. They were actually going to cut him anyway. That's what the talk was because of the contract they gave him. They were going to cut him anyway. I don't find it to be strange that after he is released from the Cowboys, the CBS job was available. I could be totally wrong, but I think that was all Jerry Jones. Jerry knew after how Dak Prescott had performed that rookie season, they could get from up under they could get from up under Tony Romo's contract. They could save money on Tony Romo. Tony Romo was old. People don't understand this. He was old. I don't find it coincidental. The Cowboys release him. He goes and gets the job at CBS. Says right here, as an organization, we did what he asked us to do in terms of his release. And we wanted to do what was ultimately in his best interest and in the best interest of his family. See, Tony Romo was Jerry Jones' son. That's what everybody used to say. That was Jerry's son. And they knew they wanted to cut. They already knew they wanted to cut Tony. They did. Dak played so good that rookie season. They wanted to cut Tony. But they let Tony go out in, basically they let him go out with respect. Because they didn't want him to play for another team. They let him go out with respect. They cut him and still paid him $20 million. He did them a favor, I guess, in some respects. They did him a favor. And I think a part of the favor they did him, I think Jerry Jones had something to do with him getting that TV job. You can find this over on, I'll put a link up here. Because, yeah, I remember there was a whole lot of hoopla behind this Tony Romo stuff. Whole lot of hoopla. So I put that down there if anybody, y'all want to go back and look at it. But, yeah, they cut Tony Romo. They did. Even though he asked to be cut, he was going to be cut anyway. But, yeah, they went over ahead and cut Tony. Yep, I'm agreeing with you, Willie T. GM issue. And that's why I keep saying people don't understand teams are not built from the quarterback down. They're built from the ownership down. The ownership has to get the GM, empower him with personnel. The GM has to empower the coach that he agrees that he likes. He gets that coach the players that he wants. The coach builds the culture, holds the team accountable, makes men in his own image. They become captains. You put them in pivotal positions on the field. And that's how you build your team. That's how you build your team. And that's what some of these winning teams are doing. Robert M. says the entire coaching staff is out of contract. Yep. Whole coaching staff. Yep. Need a GM. Blue Star said, I just hate the fact that we don't have dogs in the football team, man. When Dez arrived in doubt, woo, man. Woo. Dez was a different animal, boy. He was just a different y'all about to, we need players who care about the football when we losing. Man, that dude Dez was different. And I'm going to tell you what Cam Newton said. Cam Newton said that Dak Prescott is a dog. He said Jared just has too much of a leash on him. I agree with him. But Dak, with some of the stuff that Michael Parsons is doing, y'all watch what I tell you. I'm not going to be surprised. Training camp this coming year, when Dak get back in that thing, you watch how Dak be acting when he get back. See, this Dak last contract with the Cowboys, I'm pretty sure in his mind. This is Dak's last contract. He the highest paid player in the league. Watch what I tell you. Dak Prescott going to be doing a lot of talking. What they going to do, fire him? Dak is going to be back, and he's already on the sidelines all the time. He's on the sideline. He's in the tunnel. He's walking out with Mike McCarthy. He's up there in the booth, whether it be home or away. Dak has still kept his presence around this team. And when Dak gets back right, watch what I tell you. I will not be shocked when we see Dak next year. I noticed this year Dak started taking care of his body. He looked a lot more slim and trim. Watch what he looked like when you see him next year. Dak Prescott, I will not be shocked. He's going to be a lot more muscular. He's going to be a lot more muscular when you see him next year. Because if Dak wants to be mobile and run the ball, Dak going to put that weight back on. Dak going to have to put on some muscle this time, though. He lost a lot of body fat. I was hearing about this, and I noticed that when I saw Dak, I think it was last year, I was like, wow, okay, he been really taking care of his body now. He looks real slim and trim. You watch what I tell you. Dak come back, he's going to be a monster. He's going to be a monster when he comes back. What has he got to lose now? They can't cut him to 2027. Dak ain't got nothing to lose. He's going to be a different animal when he comes back. Watch what I tell you. Big Pat 56, what's going on? That's one of Mike McCarthy's weaknesses. He doesn't make in-game adjustments. And he doesn't make halftime adjustments. Zimmer has been coaching his butt off. Yes, sir. Hey, man, if there's anybody who earned the right, it's Mike Zimmer. Kevin Howard, what's going on? Good to see you. 16-13, sloppy game. Special teams coming to play in this game. Mills, I can go with that score. Let me give you my score. I forgot. I think the game plan for the Cowboys needs to be run the ball, run the ball, run the ball. Oh, and run the ball again. I don't think Cooper Rush needs to have more than 20 attempts. If Cooper Rush has more than 20 attempts, game over. Game over. 20 and above, I believe the game is over. They have got to run this ball. They are going to have to find a way to keep that Philadelphia Eagles defense off the field. They're going to have to win TOP, time of possession. They need 13, 14, 15 play drives. They need to win the time of possession. They need to run the ball, and they need to be very careful and pick and choose how and when they throw the ball. I'm with you, Sloppy. 16-13. G, the same thing you say about Zimmer winning with less, you can say about McCarthy winning with the injuries. You know what? You can. But I've seen where Mike McCarthy, what I got against Mike McCarthy is his ineffectiveness in games and in situational football. There's no excuse to score 3 points in the second half of the Buccaneers game. There's no excuse that when Rico Dowdle couldn't be stopped in the Cincinnati Bengals game midway through the fourth quarter, that Mike McCarthy decides, I'm going to throw 7 passes in a row. Mike McCarthy, for me, I'm not giving him the injuries. Mike McCarthy's been doing this nonsense all season long. So inconsistent with his play calling. He hates to run the ball. And he looks for every excuse not to run. Every excuse not to run. I'm telling you, Jerry needs to go in that draft and get a first-round running back and say, now you're going to run the ball. And you're going to run it 25, 30 times a game, period. End of story. Sloppy game in Philly. It's going to be 60 degrees and wet. Woo! Whoever can run the ball best wins, period. Willie T. Pickett's not going to light it up. Nope, not if it's raining. Not if it's raining especially. He's not going to light it up. I think they're going to try to get... I'm telling you, man, I'm not going to be surprised if Saquon Barkley runs for 150 to 200 yards. I'm not going to be surprised. 70s fan, if we can get Kenny, it will probably be a closer game. Maybe we get some turnovers. I'm about to give you my score. Got one. Somebody said 16-13. Yeah, he definitely not winning. Big Pat 56, 80%. Willie TC, this game is going to be all about running the ball. Yes, sir. I believe the same thing. CD is 80%, even hurt. They need to play Trey, read option. I'm with you, Big Pat. I'm sorry. I think he should already be the starter. There will be no game hangers on this offense. It could be a blowout. I believe that part too. Ashley got Packers and Chiefs in the Super Bowl. Chiefs 3-peat, I see. Hey, man, I'm going to tell you something, Mills. If the Detroit Lions don't go to the Super Bowl, it's a travesty. They got a super team. It's a travesty. I don't think Green Bay is good enough to beat Detroit, but we're going to see. I'm not mad at you for picking that, though. I'm saying the same about where will our offense come from. That's what I'm saying. Where are we going to get offense from? We couldn't even get it with CD on the field. I mean, where are we going to get it without him on the field? I don't know where we going to get it. I'm with you, Big Pat. I play him. Gee, now you can't say that if you get the right players, the right coach around him, they consider it about Fields. Oh, you talking about Caleb Williams? Well, that's why I was saying with Willie T. I would have just kept Fields and did that. I would have put the right players around Fields. And then if he didn't pan out, I just got me another quarterback. But I'd already had the players for the quarterback I'm going to bring in. But I will say this, Willie T. I don't know if you watch Caleb. This dude is throwing some passes I've never seen Justin Fields throw. Caleb Williams is, man, yeah, man, this dude can throw the ball. He can throw the ball. Yeah, Dak used to be crazy with that RPO. You watch what I tell you. Y'all mark my words. Dak Prescott will be back next season. Watch how much more muscular Dak Prescott's going to be. Dak going to leave it all out on the field these next 2 or 3 seasons. Pete Carroll is interested in that Bears job. Big Pat, Caleb doesn't know what he's looking at right now. Just wait till he gets experience. So see, that's what I keep. Hey, he's thrown some passes that made me go, okay, wow, I got you. Scott Linehan, Jason Garrett, and Jason and couldn't turn into a championship quarterback. What makes you think Pete Carroll can? Because I think what you might not understand, real fan, is the championship quarterback in reality. I don't want to say it's a fallacy. I don't want to call it mythological. But there's more to it than what you're saying. Show me a championship quarterback. I'm going to show you a top 10 defense. Show me a championship quarterback. I'm going to show you, I guarantee you, if he doesn't have 2 to 3 super stud wide receivers, a good to great offensive line, and an incredible running game, he's not going to be a championship quarterback. We talk about these championship quarterbacks like they don't have total teams around them. You're not going to find a quarterback that doesn't have a great team around him that wins championships. Tell me the quarterback. That's our problem, Real Fan One. We keep trying to turn Dak Prescott into a championship quarterback. Troy Aikman wasn't a championship quarterback when he came to the Cowboys. Wasn't a championship quarterback. He wasn't even winning when he got here. It wasn't until the Herschel Walker trade. And they put a top 10 defense opposite of him. They put Emmitt Smith behind him. They put that line in front of him. They put Daryl Johnson in front of him. They put Michael Irvin in front on the side of him. You tell me, how many Super Bowls did Troy Aikman win without Emmitt Smith? Tell me. I'll wait. How many? How many did he win? How many did he win without a top 10 defense? How many? Tell me, how many did he win? I would say tell me how many he won without Jimmy Johnson. But the reality is, even when they fired Jimmy Johnson, they were on cruise control. Oh, by the way, they went and got Deion Sanders in the year they lost. Jerry wanted to guarantee he could win a Super Bowl without Jimmy Johnson. He went and got Deion Sanders. Come on. Man, I'm telling you, I don't understand people in this whole thing about the quarterback thing and how we talk about Dak. And I know who we're comparing him to is Troy Aikman. Man, there ain't a player that this dude has played. There's not a player that Romo nor Dak has played with that anybody would take over those 90 Cowboys players. I bet you can rarely find a player. And if you find one or two, hey man, great. Because you're not going to find hardly 1, 2, or 3. Mark Schlereth said himself when they lined up against the Cowboys in the 90s, he saw him in the warm-ups. He said, we don't have a starting player on our team that can start on that Cowboys team. That Cowboys team, I'm telling you, that line that Troy Aikman played behind, we don't understand it. We don't understand it, and that's why our discussions aren't right. Jerry says we're singing with Bo Nix. Nix went to a team with an elite coach and a good young talent on it. Denver. Yes, sir. And he going to be real good, too. Dak haters seem to not understand logic but don't have the answers. You're right. Real thing. Come on now. I'm not giving you this, bro. Andy Reid. Andy Reid is fantastic. Andy Reid is incredible. All he needed was the right quarterback. He's got a great DC. They got a great team. That's why they're winning. You need a team. Our team isn't right, man. Our team isn't right. Yeah, I'm ready to roll with Dak, man. I can't wait until everything gets right. There's a rumor that Mike McCarthy might go to the Bears. Sammy's fan, I'm telling you, man, I made a video about it already. It would be crazy. But you know what? Jerry's been doing something real slick. Jerry hasn't committed to Mike McCarthy. It sounds like to me that Jerry is trying to make sure he doesn't sully the name of Mike McCarthy so Mike McCarthy can get a job. Jerry might have a plan that none of us even understand at this point. For real. He may have a plan that we don't even understand. But I'll tell you this. I wouldn't mind bringing in Pete Carroll. I just wouldn't mind bringing in Pete Carroll. I like the team he built with. I like the team he built with the Seattle Seahawks. They ran the doggone ball, except in that second Super Bowl at the end of the game. I mean, Pete Carroll, man, people talk about how good he is. I'd love to see him with the Cowboys. Oh, man, you said they holding on the Packers. Yeah, boy. Ooh, man, I remember that game. Yeah, Romo was released. Yeah. And Jerry was pushing for Romo not to sign to another team. And that's why I said, Willie T, that CBS job was so convenient. Push Phil Simms right out the booth. Yeah. And Dak, you watch what I tell you, 70s fan. When Dak returns, watch how much more muscular he is. Dak gonna be ready to roll. He is. He gonna be ready to roll. Yeah, Romo didn't take care of his body, man. He didn't. Dak was a steal for the Cowboys, and they all realize it now. Jerry Jones was actually making a joke about it the other day. Hey, I already said it to Simmons fan. I can't name maybe what, one or two? I mean, I don't know. Howie Rosen? I mean, Blue Star. And his right, fam, Dak got to go off. There's nothing holding him back. He's getting top dollar in the market, man. That's it. There's nothing that Jerry can do. F what Jerry say. Go do you, Dak. Get it, man. Hey, I'm telling you. You watch what I tell you, man. I have a feeling Dak is going to come back bigger, stronger, little bit faster, and he going to be talking this time. Dak going to be talking. You watch what I tell you. Dak going to be talking. Yeah, I saw it. Mike always taking shots at Dak. Always taking shots. You know why? Let me tell you about Micah Parsons. With Cooper Rush, Michael can be the man on the team. With Dak Prescott, he can't be the man on the team. Because he don't work like that. He don't put the work in like Dak does. He don't get the ball in his hand all the time like Dak does. He wants to be the leader of the team, but he can't be because he don't put the work in. Robert M., absolute respect seeing Dak up in the booth watching the game on game day. That can only help. That's why Michael Parsons can never get the leadership of this team from Dak, and he knows it. That's why he's always taking shots at him. Yep. Dak is taking notes. Dak is getting his mind ready because you got to get your mind ready. Blue Star said, I'm going with Dallas 2014. I'm going to give y'all my score, and then I'm going to get out of here. But I always give two scores. If the Cowboys do not run the ball and Mike McCarthy come out pass happy, it is going to be a bloodbath. I don't see it being too much different than what it was the first time they played the Eagles. If the Cowboys don't figure out a way to run the ball and throw it less with Cooper Rush, the Eagles are going to win this game 24-6. 24-6. If the Cowboys run the ball, if they can figure out how to run this ball, I believe the Cowboys will win this thing 17-13. I think they can win this game 17-13. I do. I think Niecy's still in here, Janie, but I don't know where some of the other ones are. I know there may be some other people doing some stuff and maybe they're on, and it is the holidays. You never know what's going on. But I believe the Cowboys, if they can run the ball, they'll win this game 17-13. And they'll really be kicking themselves in the rear end. Because if they mess around and win this game, and then they beat the Commanders, which is fully possible, because if the Commanders wrap it up against the Falcons on Sunday or tomorrow, I don't know exactly the schedule. It's going to be crazy. But that's my two scores. I got the Cowboys. If they run the ball, I got them winning 17-13. If they if they don't run the ball, I got it 24-6. That's what I have it as. Niecy, what you got the score as? I'm going either 24-6 if they don't run. If they get pass happy, I got it 17-13 if they can run the ball. Robert Hill says as long as Rush throws for more than 45 yards. Hey, Robert M., I'm going to blow your mind. He'll be lucky to get 45 yards in this game. Because I'm telling you, man, without CeeDee Lamb, you got to tell me. Somebody got to tell me, how are they going to complete passes without CeeDee Lamb? Man, I'm going to bump and run these receivers all day long. All day long if I'm the Philadelphia Eagles. I'm going to bump and run all day long. There is no way I let the Cowboys, Willie T, he said the Cowboys, he said Russ going to get 2. I don't believe it. I do not believe it. Not this time. No CeeDee Lamb. Man. Only way he does it is that they're going to have to go downfield to Mingo. Mingo and Flanoy. That's all I can figure. Mike McCarthy going to come out and just say, forget it, man. He going to probably, that's the only way he going to do that. But hey, you going to better tell me you told me so come Sunday night. Revelation said Michael sounded more and more like Steven from Django. Love his G. Jerry, yep. There's something not right about Michael Parsons, man. LaQueen says 17-28 Eagles. You giving them 17 points, huh? Blue Star, man, just put Lance in. Ain't no way Rush better than him. Blue Star, I've been saying it. I said it at the beginning, man. Put this dude in. Might see him at halftime. I'm telling y'all, man, I just don't see what Lance going to, I just don't see what Cooper Rush going to be able to complete a pass. Rush, I think, throws it 55 times because we'll be behind big. Man, I'm going to tell you something. He throw this ball 55 times. We better get ready for 3 interceptions. Do you think Zeke could pound on the Eagles a little? He going to have to. It don't matter. It's the only way they're going to be able to do something. I have a feeling we're going to get crushed on Sunday. Man, I can see it going like that. Yep, that too. Run Turpin and Cooks deep. Yes, I can see that too. Mill says Cliff Kingsbury up-tempo RPO game and loves to run the ball. I think they're talking about Cliff Kingsbury going to the Bears. I'll be honest with you. I think Cliff Kingsbury with Caleb Williams would be a good match because I think that was his college coach. Yeah, you're right, Willie T, and that's the problem. His problem is going deep. That's why this West Coast, it fits him perfect. This West Coast actually fits Cooper Rush better than Dak Prescott. It does. It fits him way better than Dak Prescott. Lance or backup quarterback next season. Man. I wouldn't be surprised we see Cooper Rush. Willie T, McCarthy's auditioning for his next job. That's what people are saying. Blue Star said the Eagles are like the team who haunts Cooper Rush. Yes. Happens all the time, but folks want to praise Rush for what again? I can't wait till Dak back in the game. Boy, you too, Blue Star. I said the same thing. Man, I'm ready, man. McCarthy's bullheaded. He refused to run the ball. Yes. That's his issue. All right, man. I will be back tomorrow. We'll go over some of the same things about the game, and we'll also be talking about some more stories, I'm sure, with the Dallas Cowboys because they are always in the news for everything, but they have been in the news for winning too. But again, appreciate y'all coming on. Looking forward to it. 6-3 in the rain, similar to last night. Oh, man. Yeah, it's going to be a running affair all day long. Woo. Yep. I might have to go 10 to 6 now. But I'll be back tomorrow. Y'all catch me around 5:30 or 6. And then I'll be doing the post game on Sunday night. Till the next time, let's talk Cowboys. We talk facts. Peace.